Greetings, superior beings, greetings, supreme being. Welcome to Universal Peace Television. This is Universal Peace Television on YouTube, the channel BC Hoffman. I now switch to the live stream health. It looks alright. So we are really live. Oh yeah, the car with the stripes. So on the pictures we see these stripes clearly visible on the Charlottesville car, which was attacked with baseball bats, and the mother of Heather Heyer claims she died of a heart attack. I think. They make these speech errors with synthetic telepathy, and then they make you laugh, etc. Everybody's brain controls. So it's to depopulate Earth to 500 million, a more controllable number, and rule the world from Jerusalem. But on the videos of the car, we don't see these stripes at all here. The stripes are missing. So WTF is going on. I've covered this in my previous broadcasts. On this one, the stripes are also visible. This is another picture. So this may not be a screenshot from the video in reality. It's a Daily Mail article. That's not a screenshot of the video, it's a picture of it. And on the pictures there is a stripe on the pictures, clear black stripe. On this one especially it's clearly visible. But in the videos you cannot see that on the cancer causing vaginal scar. But the broadcast is about the illegal blocking of the broadcasts. So I was doing this broadcast. An Iran war is coming by cancer oil stocks now. The seekingalpha.com article review World War III prep with a radiological water filter and storable food. So of course in the article they leave out the word cancer. They don't write cancer oil stocks, they write oil stocks, of course. No blood for cancer oil, Yankee go home, etc. And switch to the water powered car immediately if you're serious about the environment and people dying of cancer, etc. If you are serious about protecting and serving the taxpayers, which you're not, of course. The government is criminal. They were infiltrated by and are controlled by Jesuits and Masons. So I don't blame all the Jewish people. Some people claim it's the Jews, which sounds like a smoothie commercial to me. NSA, MI5 blocking broadcasts, ? OBS disconnected. Internet connection not working from time to time is the title of this broadcast. So then the question is, who is doing this? Are there hackers that are blocking my broadcasts? What happens is I get a message from Open Broadcaster software. This software that I'm using, this program, you've seen it before in my previous broadcasts. I use it a lot, so it's a good program. The 64-bit version is a bit hard to install. But from time to time my broadcasts get disconnected. And the question is, who is doing that? Is it done by hackers? Is it done by one of the 6 Jews depopulating the earth that don't want me to expose them? Or a non-Jew like Ted Turner of CNN helping them? Or is it done by Jesuits and Masons that don't want to be exposed? The leader of the Jesuits, Adolfo Nicholas, also covered by me in my previous broadcasts. Boycott all Monsanto companies if you don't want to become sterile and be depopulated for the earth yourself. And this is Adolfo Nicholas, basically, the leader of the Jesuits. So that's not Pope Francis, the first Jesuit Pope. the first Jesuit Pope. When my VU meter is hanging, then I repeat myself. Though I think it is broadcast properly, the audio is broadcasting anyway, also when the VU meter is hanging. What was I saying? So are they the ones, are the Jesuits that want this totalitarian Luciferian global government? They are Satanists. I was talking about the fact that they call this the Black Pope because they have a satanic inner core, and the White Pope is basically Pope Francis. Pope Francis is, with all these texts in France, etc. Real name Bear Cock Leo, so it sounds like Bear Cock Leo, and Adolf O. Nicholas. And the Jesuit that gave the orders to demolish the WTC was the previous leader of the Jesuits, a Dutch Jesuit. See if I can recall his name. Peter, Hans, Golf, and Bach. So these names are kind of, if you hear them from a distance, then it's like you're talking about something completely different, basically. That's noteworthy, I think. And these people, this is the Citizens Action Network, they may be controlled opposition to themselves. So I think most people have never seen this picture, they haven't read everything that's written below this picture. And this claims that they are in control of all the intelligence agencies, including Mossad. Jesuits have infiltrated most governments and leaders, including Obama, making them puppets that carry out Jesuit orders. We've seen Donald Trump, President Trump, now President Trump, at the dinner table with Hillary at the Jesuit dinner table. There are videos of that on YouTube. And that's only what they want us to know, basically. So, I've covered the Daily Mail article. It shows the video with the car without the black stripes. And it may have to do with, it may be a racist joke, perhaps, with the Stars and Stripes flag of the US, which are red and white stripes. It may all be part of a PSYOP fit in with their program. So lately they've been blocking my broadcasts and the OBS gets disconnected. And previous time, or 2 times, one was with John Kerry, a student that interviewed John Kerry and asked him if he's a member of Skull and Bones, being tasered by them. And then after that, my whole internet network was disconnected and not working anymore. So then I reset the modem. So I would think it's done by hackers or by NSA with wireless energy. These disconnects. I've adjusted the settings. The CPU usage is alright usually. Now it shoots up to 80, but normally it's like 50, even 43% with OBS on. So it doesn't reach 100%, so that can be the reason either. 0 dropped frames, yet disconnected from time to time. How is this possible? If anybody knows, please let me know in the comments below this video. You can comment, but better yet, Skype me, Prologic999 on Skype. Oh yeah, that's about the Jewish professor Pianka, who also wants to depopulate Earth, and his favorite method would be Ebola Weston, airborne Ebola. Clear from his book quotes also. So I've explained that it's easy to get standing ovations with directed energy weapons and synthetic telepathy, when you can torture people's teeth out of their mouths one by one. Then most people will bend to that, meaning they'd rather do what the pedophiles want them to than be depopulated themselves. So we have to watch out for everyone is brain controlled with synthetic telepathy, as described in the Mijdrecht patents. Hence these speech errors, they are done selectively with a neural network, and every speech error fits in with the programming somehow. So this is not a psycho idea. Synthetic telepathy has been in existence for a long time now, since 1974 or whatever, and they don't provide a patent for the apparatus remotely monitoring and altering brain waves, the Mijdrecht patent. If it is not a working device, then a patent is not provided. I've checked it out because some people were claiming that. So never believe anything you read, whether it's the president or the mainstream media, the fake news, or scientists claiming it. If it's important, you always have to verify it, test everything you learn, and stay proactive rather than reactive. So think for yourself, what is the most important thing? Your life is the most important thing. So depopulating the earth is a crime far worse than racism, anti-Semitism, and homophobia combined. The judge also makes that clear, so that's what the judges think, not what my personal opinion about the matter is. Anyway, if these judges are controlled with the same directed energy torture weapon technology, then you cannot get a fair trial. It's impossible to get a fair trial. So it's not to redeem a murderer from the death penalty for money, and Abraham stood up and slew the Egyptian, though normally it's not to convict anyone without a fair trial as well. And I think that these biblical commandments have been implemented in the regular laws of people, and I think that they are good laws, so I don't disagree with these laws. I'm anti-religion, but I'm not anti-law or anti-government if it's not infiltrated and controlled by tyrants and thus a tyrannical government. And I've made clear that our anti-global government movement, put it on my ass, put it on the camera, okay, that our anti-global government movement is basically 7 billion strong, because they want to get rid of 93% of the world's global population. And we're not against a global government chosen by and for the people, but we are against depopulating Earth to 500 million and a Luciferian global government imposed upon the people of planet Earth after creating a crisis big enough to impose a totalitarian regime upon us all, and against depopulating Earth to a number that can be totally brain controlled with this synthetic telepathy, voice of God weapon technology. And thus we are for channeling the money that's now going to the wars and the military industrial complex and the tax-exempt corporations, channeling that money to controlling the factors that control aging, because otherwise we die, you die, I die, everybody dies if we don't manage to control these factors that control aging. And then once we can control these factors that control aging, then we can look for ways to grow younger physically to the age of 20 or the age we want to be, which may be harder to achieve than negligible senescence. That's the word. So I think what I'm saying is more important than all of the other YouTube videos combined. So people shouldn't underestimate that and take it seriously. Also helping to promote and facilitate, so help financially they can make a group of scientists that can handle each of these factors that control aging, that they share all their knowledge so that we don't live eternally as 123-year-olds, etc. Which you could argue is still better than dying. So I've covered that in my previous broadcasts as well. But the broadcast before this one was an Iran war is coming by cancer oil stocks now, seeking alpha.com article review World War III prep. So if you have the radiological water filter and storable food, you also need to make sure that you have a blast shelter if you're in a big city, like Amsterdam or Washington, which are prime targets for the enemy if a nuclear world war would arise over the Iran nuclear deal failure. What's this? Did I click on this? mindcontrolblackassassin's.com. I think they turned this on, this crap. 11 children die of starvation every minute in the world. I'm anti-racism, anti-homophobia, anti-pedo elite, and anti-depopulation. The list goes on and on. I'm not for anything. Law. So that means I'm pro the opposite, of course. Usually. Perhaps it's a joke because you have Vatican assassins, which is controlled opposition. How did I get this to this page is my question, basically. Could it be triggered by a computer virus that makes me visit this because my internet connection was lost? My broadcast was cut off. That's my previous broadcast. You can see at the end that the connection is simply lost. I didn't press stop streaming or anything. And I was getting that message, connection lost, OBS will attempt to reconnect. But in 40 seconds or something, normally it's I think 20 seconds or something like that. And that kept going up to other higher numbers. So what is this about? Do they want to make me look like an anti-Semite or a pedo, homo, necro, cannibal, depopulating Earth? I hear these high mems in my stomach. These are hybrid insect micro electric mechanical systems they are using to torture me to death. So it's definitely done by the Jesuits and Masons. I've never been attacked by a black person or by a homosexual, not to my knowledge. So I have no reason to hate them. I've exposed that religion is an abomination, and lots of other people have exposed it as well. The Zeitgeist movement, for example, which is millions strong or billions by now, which may also be controlled opposition. They might not give you the whole story. They may have mentioned the Egyptian Book of the Dead as well, etc. But I've covered it in my previous broadcast that the Incest Bible is a collection of plagiarized polytheistic myths rolled into monotheism, which proves beyond any reasonable doubt that God does not exist. I agree with George Soros on that point. That man made God. God did not make man. Unless they're lying about it as well. So we can read a piece of this. They may have opened this page, so it's not something, so that wouldn't be proactive, you can argue. So I have not clicked on this. And the question is if it's some kind of computer virus or hackers that opened this page for me, that want me to read it. So perhaps it's best to put your fingers in your ears now.
In Search of Black Assassins, just another WordPress.com weblog. Home. About. Donald J. Drumpf. Angel Heart and Blacks for Trump Alien Clone Killer Cult. From Outer Space Mothership 409-2017. I. Donald J. Drumpf. Angel Heart. Houston flood survivors. Have a good time. President-elect Donald J. Drumpf. On Saturday, September 2, 2017, President-elect Donald J. Drumpf made his second visit to Texas since Hurricane Harvey hit the state on August 25, and he still refused to acknowledge the enormous magnitude and complexity of the absolute calamity, and the mass human mental and physical suffering that exists in Texas. Harvey has been absolutely devastating to the region. Homes are flooded, families have lost everything, and at least 47 people are believed to have been killed. About 42,000 people stayed in shelters in Texas on.
So basically they're claiming what happened in Charlottesville was self-defense. He was attacked with baseball bats, etc. He was just trying to get away. He was not driving at maximum speed, attempting to kill as many people as possible for the pedo elite. And well, more about Charlottesville car tech hoax in my previous broadcasts. And there are lots of people that claim that these... I'm putting some ointment on my spine. That these hurricanes and earthquakes are man-made. That they're missing a natural preamble. Natural earthquakes always have on the seismographic chart, etc. So that's another subject to get into. Spiroflor SRL jelly, good against cramps, etc. It contains laden palustre or whatever, which is supposedly good against this. So the point is they are also blocking my broadcast selectively. So I hope you all, people out there with a lot of views, can also focus on my channel so I get some more viewers, so that snowball starts rolling and that cure against aging is created during your lifetime. Hurrah! Okay, so read on speech engine.
Thursday night, and more than 50,000 were still without power. Many areas are still flooded after more than 50 inches of rain. The city of Beaumont, Texas.
I doubt if these are President Trump's own hands, basically. Like it matters.
Is still in crisis mode, flooded and without tap water for 118,000 citizens. Drumpf visited the shelter at the NRG Center in Houston on Saturday to participate in relief efforts and meet with survivors, something he hadn't done during his initial visit on Tuesday, August 29. During his visit, Drumpf and Melania, seemingly uncomfortable, helped hand out food. Like on a made-for-TV show with a production crew, he commented that he'd been seeing a lot of happiness, and called the storm response really nice. He said as tough as
some say it's just problem, reaction, solution. First they create a problem, demolition of the WTC, and then they offer the solution, the war of terror, etc. And they make themselves look like the do-gooders, the relief, though they created these earthquakes and hurricanes themselves. No one will suspect the Yellowstone volcano eruption.
It's been a wonderful thing, I think, even for the country to watch it and for the world to watch. It's been beautiful. Drumpf also had some eye-widening response to the ongoing damage to the region. Asked about flooding, he reportedly said, "The flooding? Oh, yeah, there's a lot of water, but it's leaving pretty quickly. But there's a lot of water, but it's moving out." As he and Melania left and bided each and everyone farewell, he instructed reporters and survivors to have a good time. This photograph showing a starving Sudanese child being stalked by a vulture won Kevin Carter the 1994 Pulitzer Prize for feature photography. In March 1993, the severely weak child was crawling toward a United Nations food camp about a little more than a mile away. Carter couldn't tell the world that the child,
a mile away? So I'm still pro-Trump as long as he is for regulating the influx of immigrants, because it's clear that the pedo elite, which I do not consider Trump to be unless it's proven beyond any reasonable doubt, that they want to depopulate Earth, and they want to create a crisis big enough that's phase 3 of active measures. Ideological subversion has 4 phases. And that's their strategy to take over the world. And he's for auditing the Fed, though I haven't heard a lot about that lately. So I think it's also in the advantage of what they call black people. And that the other choice would have been Hillary.
made it, because.
But I put emphasis on that they control both sides, so to a certain extent it doesn't matter, and I think they're not gonna sue Hillary or anything, that she's a Jesuit slave as well. And these leaders have the directed energy weapon on their ass like everybody else without a Tesla plasma shield is a targeted individual.
He left the scene immediately after taking the photo. On July 27, 1994, Kevin Carter drove to an area where he used to play as a child, and committed suicide by taping one end of a hose to his pickup truck's exhaust pipe and running the other end to the driver's side window. He died of carbon monoxide poisoning. Portions of Carter's suicide note read, "I'm really, really sorry. The pain of life overrides the joy to the point that joy does not exist. I am depressed. I am haunted by the vivid memories of killings and corpses and anger and pain. Of starving or wounded children. Is it too much to expect CNN to have had heart and a policy of human compassion for an immediately rescued, stressed, tired and cold mother with children from a calamity and deadly flood that allowed them to assist, direct or help the young family, first and foremost, get dry clothing, warm food and probably be seen and advised by medics, Red Cross and a counselor to relieve stress, anxiety, pain, hunger and fear before they tried to interview her for the benefit and TV ratings of global corporate mass media like their U.S. Commander-in-Chief, 2. Angel Heart and Negro Killer clones blacks for Trump. O covering cherub, from the midst of the stones of fire. Thine heart was lifted up because of thy beauty, thou hast corrupted thy wisdom by reason of thy brightness. Ezekiel 28 hours 16 minutes -17. President-elect Trump has enough support among Negroes to actually organize a group of legitimate vocal black supporters.
One theory is that we have to hypnotize ourselves and to a certain extent desensitize ourselves, to program ourselves with a self-hypnosis to never kill ourselves. Things can always get better. There are 15 scalar weapon countries, so perhaps these people torturing me are caught sooner or later. They cannot get away with murder.
Instead of being associated with blacks for Trump 2020, blinded by his false idol beauty, Trump's soul is corrupted, dark and evil like the heart of the devil. His leagues are among Lucifer's servants from the gates of hell, spaceships and mind control death cults, Yahweh ben Yahweh, Morris Simonet, Yahweh ben Yahweh, Yanon and the Mothership. Morris Simonet is the man most visibly associated with blacks for Trump. He also calls himself Michael the Black Man and Morris Woodside. Why Morris Simonet? He sold his soul to the devil and Lucifer, years ago. Michael the Black Man is far from a novelty and laughing matter. He was a satanic initiate of the Death Angel cult of Yahweh ben Yahweh that tied into a secret CIA, shadow government strategy of tension, Black Manchurian candidate, Death Angel secret society designed to permanently polarize the masses and the races. As a death cult member, his rap sheet lists arrests for conspiracy in 14 murders. Yahweh ben Yahweh, how art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God, I will sit also.
Oh yeah, so is it in reality Lucifer the nuke bringer? That's the idea. So let me know what you think. You can Skype me live in this broadcast, ProLogic999, right top corner, or leave a comment. Thank you all for your likes and subscribes. Oh yeah, and also there may be subscribing people from my and other channels. YouTube is doing that selectively. So please resubscribe and check if you're still subscribed to follow the most important intel that you need to survive what's coming.
Upon the mount of the congregation, in the sides of the north, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, I will be like the Most High, yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. Isaiah 14:12-15, King James Version. Yahweh ben Yahweh's secret name is Eliyahuah, the incarnation of the divine, the angelic being personifying like the Son of Man. The Master Yahweh appeared in the form of Yanon to guide its initiates to the Promised Land or mothership called New Jerusalem. Mount Hermon, discussed below, is the symbol of the New Jerusalem. Clouds were his symbol. Yahweh's mystery cloud was an UFO that hovered above the earth for 100,000 years. The name Yanon means O light. This master personified in the form of light, which is symbolic of knowledge. According to Ben Yahweh, the pillar of clouds led the children of Israel in their journey in the wilderness. These clouds illuminate at night. The cloud dictated every move Israel.
So Freemasons are Luciferians, also covered in my previous broadcasts, and many people will never accept the idea that they were not chosen, the idea that the Jewish people were chosen or that any other group were chosen, nor the idea of the existence of a deity. And there are 5 fictional places you can go after you die. These 5 fictional places you can go after you die are heaven, hell, resurrection, reincarnation, and the bottomless pit. And some people claim that all these religions were made by Satanists and it's slavery for the mind, so they want you all to keep these rules. But the state has a monopoly on violence, though the state is a legal person. So the state is made up out of people as well. And they've given themselves the right to use violence, but you all may not defend yourself or use violence. That's basically the fascist idea. The fascist flag is also in Congress, of course. I've covered this in my previous broadcasts. That's that X hidden in 13 sticks, etc. The fascist symbol.
Made. The cloud ship is.
So, to keep it clear, we are the anti-global government movement for universal peace.
Able to transport and intergalactically travel throughout space. In the Freemasonic worldview, the divine light is Lucifer and empire of light is his kingdom, whilst base matter, the empire of darkness, is Yahweh's kingdom. Freemasons that worship Lucifer understands that light is nothing other than the symbol of truth and knowledge. First and foremost, the angelic being, O light, Yano, the master personified in light symbolic of knowledge is Lucifer Satan. Second, Negroes and UFOs are usually the signatures of the CIMG Ultra, Monarch Occult Bureau. Spaceships and mind control Death Angel cults, Ronnie Flynn and Elkinstron. Among the first of the cult of Black Angels that terrified white America during the late 1960s and early 1970s was an extreme muscular, ripped, young man with a black turban and cape. I was personally acquainted with him around campus at Merritt Junior College in Oakland, California. He was Ronnie Flynn aka Al-Rashid of Elkinstron. I saw him turn from a quiet, respectful and gentle young man out of Berkeley, California into a murderous CIA clone from outer space. Fate had it, they sent in Ronnie to deal personally with Brother Huey when he was first released from prison in 1971. Undoubtedly, they didn't know Brother Huey P. Newton. Huey wiped the floor with the spaceship clone. I am not sure how many people Ronnie actually shot, killed, slashed and attacked in the Oakland, San Francisco Bay Area with a gun or machete. Ronnie was subsequently murdered in Oakland in 1972. At his homicide crime scene, the Oakland Police Department found several suspect guns and a machete that had been in his possession, and tested not one of them for any of the Bay Area Black Death Angel, zebra killings, random attacks on and murders of white people. I said that to say this. During the late 1980s or 1990s, I got access to review and make quick written notes for an hour or so on some of Ronnie's secret early trauma-based mind control psychiatric 5150 court records that declared him insane. On September 7, 1967, he told Dr. Isidore Weiss that he had been drugged against his will at Santa Rita County Jail with hallucinogenic drugs, LSD. Dr. Weiss recorded, he says he is going to try to stop the people from exploring the universe. They are going to do this by psychological warfare. The whole population will blow up if they have their way. They keep messing with me. I told them I wanted to get on a spaceship. They are coming to pick me up, including Ronnie's statement regarding a spaceship and a psychological warfare project. He said, I wouldn't die, I wouldn't join their religious group, also, I wouldn't commit treason, that's why I'm in jail. Ronnie told the doctor that people have been putting drugs in his veins and into his. I suspect that the religious group that Ronnie called treasonous had been Reverend Jim Jones' CIA People's Temple forming in the Bay Area. There was a direct connection between the CIA, People's Temple, Death Angels, Patty Hearst and the SLA. Ronnie and his official psychiatric records was the first time that I heard of a direct connection of CIA Black Manchurian candidates with UFOs. And, what made what Ronnie said in 1967 so significant is that information about the CIA's ultra-secret, illegal psychological warfare, and MK-Ultra experimental hallucinogenic and mind control programs weren't publicly exposed until 1974. Also in 1967, psychological warfare was a specialized term used by the CIA and U.S. military intelligence. I didn't know Ronnie, personally, but I knew enough of him. When he first put on the black turban and cape and showed up on campus, he and a small group of other turban-wearing brothers were particularly under my radar until I left the campus for San Francisco State University. What the shadow government did clandestinely to Ronnie, and another brother that I knew, Billy Mapp, really scared me. I was very concerned about it, and what was really going on in our community. They stayed clear of me, former Panther, so I had another brother find out what he could about the group. I know now that the brother deliberately kept me constantly misinformed about Ronnie and Del Constran on campus and even into the early 1990s. He was U.S. Air Force intelligence. As far as I personally observed, Ronnie wasn't involved in politics, radicalism, or the Black Liberation Movement. If Ronnie had shown up at a Black Power rally, or a meeting among the Down brothers and sisters, he would have been out of place and character. Undoubtedly, he had been recruited for an ultra-secret illegal military intelligence domestic psychological warfare operation. He must have signed his name in blood, because there was no exit clause or any retreat for him. Death became Ronnie's only option out of El Constran. He was shot down dead, liquidated by a fellow cult member. 3. Nazis, aliens, spaceships and Negro death cults. SS von Braun and Black Sun Space Station, Vril Mothership. The modern Mother spaceship is the invention of SS Sturmbannführer, Major Werner Magnus Maximilian Freiherr von Braun and NASA. Vril, Sumerian, Vril godlike. Technology scientists of the Thule Society plan to develop, among other things, space-based weapons, and anti-gravity spaceships, motherships, that could make physical contact with the ancient extraterrestrial Aryan civilizations. Von Braun's mother spaceship is in the shape of a wheel. In the 1950s, Braun and Willy Ley updated the idea, in part as a way to stage spacecraft headed for Mars. U.S. Naval Intelligence's primary source on the Vril and Thule Society came from Ley. He was one of the advisors to the 1931 German film, Frau im Mond, Woman in the Moon. Dr. Hermann Oberth has been considered by many to have been the original father of modern rocketry, having designed rockets and space stations from WW1 through the 1920s. One of his rockets was featured in a popular German science fiction film, Frau im Mond. According to Dr. Oberth, the Nazis could not take credit for their advancement in an array of scientific fields, like von Braun, and Oberth claimed the Nazis received extensive assistance from a super-intelligent, alien life form. Dr. Oberth referred to these Vril aliens as people of other worlds. Dr. Oberth and von Braun were under the secret direction, tutorage and influence of Maria Orsic and the Thule Society. Braun and Ley envisioned the mothership as a rotating wheel with a diameter of 76 meters, 250 feet. The three-deck wheel would revolve at 3 rpm to provide artificial one-third gravity. It was envisaged as having a crew of 80. In 1959, a NASA committee opined that such a space station was the next logical step. The Stanford Torus proposed by NASA in 1975, is an enormous version of the same concept that could harbor an entire city. U.S. Navy Captain Leroy Gordon Cooper, Jr., was SS von Braun and NASA involved in secret CIA MK-Ultra, Monarch mind control programs? Yes. Freemason U.S. Navy Captain Leroy Gordon Cooper, Jr., 1927 to 2004, was an original 1959 Project Mercury astronaut along with Gus Grissom. In 2000, Cooper exposed the existence of a mind control program administered by NASA in the 1950s and 1960s involving gifted American school children called Space Kids. According to Cooper, the Space Kids were children with exceptional mental abilities, Star Kids, run through a kind of MK-Ultra CIA mental program, like the things that are coming out now. He went on to describe how NASA's mind control program, which emphasized cultivation of the children's psychic abilities, involved such things as telepathy, remote viewing, and out-of-body experiences, OBS. This is strong direct eyewitness testimony of events that he personally observed. He was in a special and unique position within NASA position to know. Little Professor Marcus Wayne Chanot of Dayton. Powerful circumstantial evidence of SS von Braun, NASA and MK Ultra come from the FBI records of the Little Professor, Marcus Wayne Chanot. He was part of a group of black assassins called the Troop. The troop was ran out of the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The Little Professor and the troop targeted for assassination most of America's leading black religious and spiritual leaders straight out of COINTELPRO and Project Chaos. The group was led by Walter Edward Brooks, Jr. The troop was ran out of the ULTRO top secret Building 18, Area B, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Dayton. Exterior West View. Building 18B, Laboratory Office, 1991. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Area B, Building 18, Power Plant Laboratory Complex, northeast corner of C and 5th Streets, Dayton, Montgomery County. At the time of the Little Professor's assassination of Mrs. Alberta King, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s mother, Brooks had been the maintenance man for the Blue Room and Building 18, Area B containing the Roswell flying disc under control of Operation Paperclip Nazis, SS Werner von Braun, Dr. Alexander Lippis and the Blood Covenant SS in the interest of U.S. national security. Building 18, Area B was classified ultra-government top secret, Nazi Germany. Heinrich Lippis and Willy Messerschmitt. Dr. Lippis, a Nazi, came to the U.S. in January 1946 as a part of Operation Paperclip. He was immediately stationed at Wright Field where he stayed until December 1946. He designed supersonic ramjets for the Nazis. Dr. Lippis had also been involved with Himmler and von Braun's Peenemund rocket team. Willy Messerschmitt built the world's first operational jet fighters for the Nazis. After he was convicted of collaboration with Nazis. Who was Heinrich? Heinrich was Nazi SS Himmler and von Braun's most infamous Peenemund rocket team test pilot, and Hitler's heroine and pilot. She was suspected of secretly flying Hitler and Eva Braun out of Berlin in April 1945. I said that to say this: Dr. Lippis was within the secret inner circle of the Knights of the Black Sunday. He was transferred to the Naval Air Materiel Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, from 1946–1950. Naval Air Material was another name for the Naval Aircraft Factory, and the Naval Air Experimental Station. By the experimental designs of his jets, he had been under the secret direction, tutorage and influence of Maria Orsic, Thule Society and their saucer, disc aircraft technology. The Blue Room and Building 18, Area B under the veil of U.S. national security was so secret that I don't think the FBI could get inside the facility to talk to Brooks or determine what he was really involved in inside the building. According to FBI documents, at some point, Brooks was wanted for questioning in the assassination of at least two Midwest black preachers. It is true that I was denied access to a facility at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio, because I never got in. I can't tell you what was inside. We both know about the rumors concerning a captured UFO and crew members. I have never seen what I would call a UFO, but I have intelligent friends who have. Barry Goldwater, U.S. Senator, Air Force General and presidential candidate, quoted from a letter dated April 11, 1979. Maria Orsic, a stunning beauty and an unusual medium, was not an obscure personality. She was known to many celebrities of the era and had a fleet of very powerful admirers and friends both in Germany and abroad. Famous, brilliant and influential people like Charles Lindbergh, Nikola Tesla, Marshal Tito of Yugoslavia, Henry Ford, Eva Peron, and the most illustrious figures in the spiritualism, parapsychological and psychical research in Great Britain. This was reported by Allies intelligence and documented by OSS operatives in Europe. Jean-Maximilien de Lacroix de Lafayette, Volume I. UFOs, Maria Orsic, the woman WHO originated and created Earth's first UFOs. Orsic called herself an alien, being of light, really a member of a master race from outer space. The main objective of the Thule Society was to restore Aryans as the master race beings of light by restoring the knowledge of the Vril. Membership in the Thule, Vril Society were restricted to the people of the white skin, blonde hair blue-eye Aryan race that vowed that they had no colored of Jewish blood. On her planet Aldebaran, there were only two races, the master and the subservient. The subservient race lived on a different planet. Maria Orsic said that beings of lights, Nephilim, extraterrestrials from Aldebaran, descended on Mount Hermon, and later on, the Imam, their offspring populated the earth. Mount Hermon's summit straddles the border between Syria and Lebanon. Imam in Sumerian and Hebrew is the name of the children of Enoch, and the Bible referred to them as the offspring of the giants and women on earth. The angelic being of light and light bringer that fell on Mount Hermon to make man godlike was Lucifer. In the Book of Enoch, Mount Hermon is the place where the Watcher class of fallen angels descended to earth. They swear upon the mountain that they would take wives among the daughters of men and take mutual imprecation, and appeal to some supernatural power to inflict evil on someone or some group, for their sin. Enoch 6. Jesus was transfigured on Mount Hermon after visiting Caesarea Philippi, site of the temple of the Greek god Pan and the gates of hell, which was located at its base. Matt 16:13, 17-1. The luminous one, der signed, god of light Apollo, the sun, was called Phosphoros demon, that means the light bringer demon, Lucifer. Many scholars of ancient texts believe that Greek mythology involving powerful superhuman beings such as Zeus and Apollo are actually references to the same fallen angels mentioned throughout the Old Testament and the Book of Enoch. In Genesis, the fallen are referred to as the Nephilim, or sons of God who came to earth and reproduced with humans. In the Jewish Book of Enoch, these angels are mentioned as children of heaven who went among the children of men to have children of their own. These events, according to the legend, were the cause of God casting those angels from heaven. Drumpf's penthouse in New York is a shrine to the Luminous One. Its center art piece is a copy after Guido Reni's fresco in the Casino dell'Aurora, in the Palazzo Pallavicini, in Rome. It was painted for Cardinal Scipione Borghese in 1614. It shows the passage of Apollo, the sun god's chariot, which is preceded by Aurora, dawn, who casts roses onto earth below. She is accompanied by an amaretto bearing a lighted torch, who has been identified as Phosphorus, demon, the morning star, Lucifer, Marie Orsic, Thule. Nazis and SS were Lucifer's court. She was Himmler and Hitler's goddess of the devil, the source of Donald J. Drumpf's clandestine dark soul and fallen angel heart as the alien Aryan, Lucifer. And, the blacks for Drumpf, are Lucifer's subservient black servants. Don't get it twisted, they had no love for black people even if they loved Lucifer as much as they did. Up and until the last days of the Third Reich, black people and mixed races that were not absolute subservient and useful clones of the master race were slated for mass sterilization and murder extermination. Comments, leave a comment. Tags, Al Rashid, Angel Heart, Aryans, Ascended Masters, Barry Goldwater, Beaumont, Black Manchurian Candidates, Blacks for Trump, Blue Room, Book of Enoch, Building 18B, Caesarea Philippi, Charles Lindbergh, Cherub, CIAMG Ultra, Monarch, Clones, CNN, Demon Heart, Donald J. Drumpf, Donald J. Trump, Dr. Alexander Lippis, Dr. Isidore Weiss, Elkenstron, Eva Peron, Fallen Angels, Frau Immond, Gates of Hell, God Apollo, God Pan, Goddess of the Devil, Hannah Reich, Henry Ford, Herman Oberth, Houston, Huey P. Newton, Human clones, Hurricane Harvey, Jesus, Jim Jones, Jr., Kevin Carter, Knights of Black Sun, Knights of the Black Sun, Leroy Gordon Cooper, Lucifer, Lucifer's Servants, Marcus Wayne Chanot, Maria Ozrich, Marie Orsic, Marshal Tito of Yugoslavia, Master Race, Millennia Trump, Merritt Junior College, Mind Control, Mothership, Mount Herman, Mrs. Alberta King, NASA, Naval Air Experimental Station, Naval Air Material, Nazis, Nephilim, New Jerusalem, Nikola Tesla. Operation Paperclip, Pinemund Rocket Team, People's Temple, Psychological Warfare, Ronnie Flynn, Roswell Crash, Satan, Strategy of Tension, Sturmbannführer SS Dr. Werner von Braun, Superhumans, The Death Angels, The Troop, Third Reich, Thule-Gesellschaft, UFOs, Underground Third Reich, Vril.
So I'm playing these tunes myself. I've switched to this camera because then it causes less problems with the audio. And donations are welcome via my universalpeace.jimdo.com webpage, which I have not updated recently, but people can follow everything via this YouTube channel or BC Hoffman on YouTube.
Vril Flying Saucers, Walter Edward Brooks, Willie Lay, Willie Messerschmitt, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Yahweh Ben Yahweh, Zebra Killers, Zeus Categories, 1000-Year Reich, African American Satanic Cult, African Holocaust, African Liberation, Alkolistron, Alkenstron, Antichrist, Apollo, Aryan Supremacy, Ascended Masters, Black Christianity, Black Manchurian Candidates, Black Messiah, Blood Covenants, Blood Oaths, Christianity, CIA, Coitopro, Crimes Against Democracy, Cyborg, Death Angels, Devil, Divine One, Division 5, Domestic Terrorism, Donald J. Drumpf, Donald J. Trump, Donald Trump, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., Fallen Angels, False Flags, False Prophet, False Prophets, False Satanic Rites of Lost Negroes, Freemason, Freemasons, Hauptsturmführer SS Dr. Joseph Mengele, Heinrich Himmler, Illuminati, Illuminati Sacrifice, Jesus Christ, Jim Jones, Jonestown, Joseph Mengele, Knights of the Black Sun, Lucifer's Servants, Luciferians, Madame H.P. Blavatsky, Manchurian Candidates, Marcus Wayne Chanot, Maria Orsic, Martin Luther King, Masonic Sacrifice, MKUltra, CIA Occult Bureau, Temple of Set, MKUltra, Modern Slavery, Monarch Program, MPD, Multiple Personality Disorder, Nazis, New World Order, No, Oakland Police Department, Office of Naval Intelligence, OBD, Order of Teutonic Knights, Osiris, Paul Cook, Pinemund Missile Base, People's Temple, Persistent Warfare, Post-Amnesia Barriers, Post-Hypnotic Suggestions, Post-Human Renaissance, Reichsführer SS-1 Heinrich Himmler, Ritual Satanic Abuse, Ritual Satanic Sexual Abuse, Satan, Satanic Global High Cabal, Satanism, Set, SS, Stargate, Star Kids, Strategy of Tension, Sturmbannführer SS Dr. Werner von Braun, Symbionese Liberation Army, Thule, Trauma-Based Mind Control, Underground Reich, Underground Third Reich, Vril, Vril Flying Discs, Zenu, Zebra Murders Charlottesville and the March of the Devil, American Psyops 1708-2017, March of the Devil in America, Old Day Yesterday, people of all colors, nationalities and walks of life expressed shock and fear on news stations from across the nation. People by the dozens are walking away from the White House. The devil, President-elect Donald J. Trump, has his trigger finger on America's nuclear weapons. They say that they never seen it or heard of it before. People are in fear and tears. They never thought it could be that the President of the United States, leader of the free world, would openly embolden the March of the Devil, too. James Alex Fields, Jr. March of the Satanic Manchurian Candidates, James Alex Fields, Jr. If nobody is willing to say it, but if it walks like a duck, and quack like a duck, it is a duck. Hapless James Alex Fields, Jr., 20 years old, is a CIA MK Ultra Monarch Manchurian Candidate patsy. Fields has been diagnosed with schizophrenia when he was younger, and had been prescribed a regimen of antipsychotic medication to control him. 1. Schizophrenia is a mental.
But nowadays it's like, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, then it's probably GMO food as a sterilizing weapon.
Disorder characterized by abnormal social behavior and failure to understand what is real. Common symptoms include false beliefs, unclear or confused thinking, hearing voices that others do not hear, reduced social engagement and emotional expression, and a lack of motivation. People with schizophrenia often have additional mental health problems such as anxiety disorders, major depressive illness, or substance use disorders. 2. Antipsychotics, also known as neuroleptics or major tranquilizers, are a class of medication primarily used to manage psychosis, including delusions, hallucinations, paranoia or disordered thought, principally in schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. They are increasingly being used in the management of non-psychotic disorders. Antipsychotics are usually effective in relieving symptoms of psychosis in the short term. 3. TMZ obtained 911 records from a police agency in Kentucky from 2010 and 2011, when Fields was 13 and 14 years old. In one incident, a friend of Fields' wheelchair-bound mom called 911, saying the boy was threatening his mother, spit in her.
So I've already made clear, Satan does not exist, so Hitler could not have been a medium of Satan. Ha ha ha, Satan.
Face and stood behind her with a 12-inch knife. The mother wanted her son taken away and he was arrested and then detained as a juvenile. In another incident, the mother called 911.
So Hasatan is the Satan in Hebrew, basically, in Ivrit.
Saying she told her son to stop playing video games and he exploded in anger, smacking her in the head and putting his hand over her mouth. She locked herself in the bathroom and called 911, telling the dispatcher he was on medications to control his anger. As a high school student, James Alex Fields, Jr. wore a belt with swastikas on it, and he drew the symbol everywhere. By senior year, he'd come to be known as the Nazi of the school. He was infatuated with Adolf Hitler. The truth is that Hitler was a Satanist. Being a politician, he worked at being diplomatic, given the power of the Christian churches at that time. Hitler was the long-awaited leader that many German satanic lodges were working to bring into being.
Well, Wavelsburg and the association with the occult, I think, is proven, so I'm not saying that Satanists don't exist.
They needed a leader. Hitler himself was a member of one of these satanic lodges. Excerpt: I would like to pass on some of the information which, according to Adi Votavova, she received directly from Franz Bardon. According to her, Adolf Hitler was a member of a 99 lodge. Besides this, Hitler and some of his confidants were members of the Thule Order, which was simply the external instrument of a group of powerful Tibetan black magicians which used the members of the Thule Order for their own purposes. While in high school, Fields toured Germany, and had taken German classes for 2 years. 4. Nevertheless, Fields' mental disorder, illness, love and fancy with Nazis, and the Führer, the U.S. Army confirmed that James Alex Fields, Jr. reported for basic military training in August of 2015. said Army spokeswoman Lieutenant Col. Jennifer Johnson. He was, however, released from active duty due to a failure to meet training standards in December of 2015, she said. 5. Fields reported in service at Fort Benning, GA for basic training. Basic training is the first step in preparing you to be a soldier. It starts with basic combat training or Army boot camp, then comes specialized.
So these people that want to depopulate you are your enemy, and of course that means it's a real war, not an info war.
Training in a career field. 6. Fields worked for Securitas from May 5, 2016 to July 5, 2016, and again from November 23, 2016 to the present. On Saturday, September 17, 2016, at about 8:45 p.m., a mass stabbing occurred at the Crossroads Center shopping mall in St. Cloud, MN. 10 people were injured by an assailant wearing a security guard uniform. The attacker, Dahir Aden, age 22, was shot dead inside the mall by an off-duty law enforcement officer. Until June, Aden had worked as a part-time security guard on weekends at Electrolux, a home appliance shop, inside the mall. He was a mind-controlled Wahhabiz al-Shabaab.
I do not necessarily subscribe to any of the things we see on the screen nor hear flowing from our speakers.
Warrior used in a domestic CIA clandestine strategy of tension or false flag operation. He was an employee of Securitas. Securitas AB, based in Stockholm, Sweden, is one of the largest global private security, clandestine paramilitary counterintelligence spy organizations in the world. In 2003, it bought out the classic Pinkerton detective agency. During the 19th century, Pinkerton was the country's military intelligence, CIA and FBI. Pinkerton spied for the Union Army during the Civil War and investigated cases of counterfeiting. It was Pinkerton that introduced the mug's shot and the rap sheet. The driver of the homicide vehicle does not look like baby pudgy-faced 20-year-old Fields. The man behind the wheel of that vehicle was a cool and calm seasoned wicked veteran assassin that had the trained capacity and experience to drive that car backwards at a high rate of speed up the street by the rear mirror. Additionally, a reader accurately pointed out that the yellow racing stripes on the homicide vehicle are reflections of the double yellow stripes on the street. Thanks. The video below shows the homicide vehicle drive down the street right through and by city and state police absolutely unmolested, and it appears that a professional camera crew actually captured a picture of the driver while it drove down the street. The U.S. Army was very well aware in the very first instance that Fields was a hapless disabled schizophrenia on a regimen of antipsychotic medication. Undoubtedly, the Army supplied him with his antipsychotics and other experimental CIA MK-Ultra, Monarch hallucinogenic drugs from August to December 2015 to create another sleeper Manchurian candidate patsy. You can add Fields to a long list of the throwaway mentally disabled persons used by the shadow government and military intelligence for clandestine special PSYOP operations. Marcus Wayne Chanot's FBI FOIA documents demonstrate that MK-Ultra victims can be transformed into Nazis or saints by a flip of a switch. 3. Marcus Wayne Chanot March of the Satanic Manchurian Candidates, barely 5.
People that were hypnotized usually have no recollection of this.
Foot-tall Marcus Wayne Chanot wore Coke bottle-thick glasses on a large head and in front of big eyes. The little professor would stand out among a long parade of men and midgets. FBI documents say that he had a scar on his head that indicated a prior brain surgery that Chanot couldn't remember. I suspect that he had an early experimental mind control brain chip implant by the ease and speed of control they had over him. He was clandestinely trained by the U.S. military intelligence as a Manchurian candidate at U.S. Army Base, Fort Jackson, NC. This authentic FBI FD 204 of July 12, 1974 says that an anonymous caller advised that office on July 2, 1974 that XXXXX located about 2 miles east of Pageland, South Carolina, on Highway 109, recognized subject, Marcus Wayne Cheneau, as one of occupants of 3 or 4 caravans that stopped at XXXXX place of business several times in recent past, apparently through Pageland and Highway 109 leads to Fort Jackson, SC. Mrs. Alberta King, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and Mrs. Coretta King, Mrs. Alberta King, mother of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. was shot and killed on June 30, 1974. At age 69, by Cheneau, a 23-years-old who shot her from 2 pistols as she sat at the organ of the Ebenezer Baptist Church. Cheneau stated that he shot her because all Christians are my enemies, and had been programmed that black ministers were a menace to black people. He said his original target had been Martin Luther King, Sr., but while in trance she was caught in his direct line of fire on the pulpit in the area where the senior pastor King normally stood on Sunday mornings. Edward Boykin, one of the church's deacons, was also killed in the attack, and a woman was wounded. Cheneau said that he didn't actually remember shooting anybody. 4. Chris Harper Mercer March of the Satanic Manchurian Candidates. Chris Harper Mercer, 26 years old, was a severely disturbed headbanger. He was a seriously mentally and developmentally disabled individual that required a daily regimen of psychotic drugs including lithium to control his behavior and multiple personality disorder, MPD. Chris liked fields, didn't have a girlfriend, and was extremely violent toward his mother. He couldn't function without drugs. Nevertheless, Chris Harper Mercer reported in service at Fort Jackson, NC, for basic training. Undoubtedly, the Army also supplied him with his antipsychotics, and other experimental CIA MK-Ultra, monarch hallucinogenic drugs to transform him also into a sleeper CIA occult bureau Manchurian candidate. They allege that Chris purchased over the internet a reproduction World War II SS Totenkopfverband, SSTV, Death Head Captains, L'Oreal Tourney, cap for about $155. Additionally, over the internet, he identified himself by the Nazi handle, Scarface's Iron Cross 45, 1945, the year that the Nazi SS went underground, SS Skorzenez Odessa, and changed their venue to the United States. 7. Dr. Colin E. Ross. Harper Mercer had been managed mentally and medically hands-off exclusively by Dr. Colin E. Ross Institute for Psychological Trauma, Del Amo Behavior Health System of Southern California in Torrance, California. Yes, that is Colin E. Ross, M.D., author of Bluebird, Deliberate Creation of Multiple Personality by Psychiatrists, the CIA Doctors, Human Rights Violations by American Psychiatrists. Dr. Ross still remains silent about Chris. If he didn't have anything to do with Chris, he should say something. Dr. Ross was one of your institute's patients. Chris, a CIA-developed robot assassin or Manchurian candidate patsy? The Umpqua Community College shooting occurred on October 1, 2015, at the UCC campus near Roseburg, or United States. Harper Mercer, a 26-year-old enrolled at the school, fatally shot an assistant professor and 8 students in a classroom. 7 to 9 others were injured. It isn't possible that they cannot be sure how many were injured. Roseburg police detectives responding to the incident engaged Harper Mercer in an alleged brief shootout. After being wounded, he killed himself by shooting himself in the head. He also allegedly targeted Christians for death. V. The Devil's March in Charlottesville. Confederate military commander Brigadier General Albert Pike co-founded the Masonic Secret Blood Covenant Order of the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. Among many other things, Pike was a Satanist, who indulged in the occult, and he apparently possessed a bracelet which he used to summon Lucifer, with whom he had constant communication. He was the Grand Master of a Luciferian group known as the Order of the Palladium, or Sovereign Council of Wisdom, which had been founded in Paris in 1737. One of the victims of the Devil's Works in Charlottesville. Agents of the Devil's Works, Chaos, in Charlottesville, allegedly, Marcus Martin had been suddenly slammed into by a speeding car and violently flipped over it. Yet, he has the presence of mind to brace himself before it hit the ground. But wait a minute, he had also had time enough to push his girlfriend out the way of the speeding car, then prepare himself to hit the ground. It seems very odd that after being struck and violently flipped over a sudden speeding car that Marcus Martin doesn't seem visibly injured anywhere. He appears to be bearing weight on the right foot without stress, and by the look of his clothes, it's difficult to believe that he had ever hit ground at all. Girlfriend Marissa Blair, Marcus Martin broken right lower leg. Marissa Blair, patron of goddess Minerva. Marissa Blair, Hayer's co-worker at the Miller Law Group, was pushed out of the way of the car on Saturday by Marcus Martin, her fiancé. She was born and raised in Amherst, VA. Since she was 5 years old, she knew she wanted to be an attorney. Marissa attended James Madison University where she received her bachelor's degree in justice studies with a minor in philosophy. After graduating from JMU, she moved to Charlotte, NC to attend law school. 3 years later, she received her Juris Doctorate from Charlotte School of Law. 8. Marissa is a secret blood covenant member of the Boule Divine Nine Delta Sigma Theta sorority, incorporated at Howard University in 1913. They make no bones about their Masonic roots. The most direct line of descent from Greek societies to America is the Freemasons, called Masons. Historians of American fraternities and sororities trace most of our rituals, ceremonies and rites to the Masons. An examination of Masonic rituals open to scholars suggests that our founders were also influenced by Masonic ritual, symbolism and initiation experiences. Delta Sigma Theta sorority, Incorporated, Grand Chapter, Candidate Syllabus, 1987, p. 30. Delta Sigma Theta sorority rituals and ceremonies are also heavily influenced by the Illuminati, and consistent with satanic rituals and ceremonies of the Great Beast 666. Aleister Crowley, Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, one of the strongest and most admirable goddesses of antiquity, was chosen by the founders as the patron of the sorority. She serves merely as a symbolic representation of desirable archetypical attributes of mind, body, and spirit. The goddess name derives from the ancient roots for mind and her domain was intellectual. Minerva was also said to be the inventor of music. It is fitting, therefore, that the exemplary attributes associated with Minerva be influential in the minds and spirits of the sirs holding the responsibility of planning and conducting all intake activities, including induction and orientation of new members into Delta Sigma Theta. These sirs comprise the Minerva Circle, wisdom. The college-educated woman seeks to become wise rather than smart. That is why Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, is our sorority mentor. Delta Sigma Theta sorority, Incorporated, Grand Chapter, Membership Intake Program, 1987, p. 106. According to John Robinson's Proofs of a Conspiracy, 1798, the third degree of the Bavarian Illuminati was called Minerva or Brother of Minerva, in honor of the goddess of learning. Later, this title was adopted for the first initiation of the Great Beast Aleister Crowley's Odor rituals, the ceremony of Minerva and the first degree. There was also Illuminati Masters of the Minerva. The official sigil of the Illuminati was the Owl of Minerva. I said that to say this. U.S. Marine Sergeant Marcus Martin, a squad leader with Guard Force Platoon, 3rd Battalion, 3rd Marine Regiment, and 32-year-old native of Charlottesville, VA, practices Pashto with Afghan boys while providing security outside the Garmsra District Center here, November 28, 2011. In November 2011, The Marines and sailors of America's battalion began their final Afghanistan deployment to Helmand Province's Garmsur district. After 6 combat deployments to Afghanistan and Iraq since 2004, they're finally coming home. During their 7 months in Garmsur, they advised and developed Afghan forces preparing to take the lead in providing security for the district. As the Afghan forces grew in number and capability, commerce expanded and successful district community council elections were held in April 2012. America's battalion transferred control of coalition positions in Garmsur to Kilo Co., 3rd BN, 8th Marines, May 14. Future of Garmsur in Afghan hands. America's battalion completes final Helmand Tour 111,127 mm 18001. There is a clear age discrepancy between STG, Marcus Martin and Marissa Blair's Marcus Martin, but her Marcus don't seem to have a traceable footprint or identity anywhere else, but possibly military U.S. Department of Defense. Was Heather D. Hare actually killed on Saturday in Charlottesville, VA, after a car crashed into demonstrators protesting a white supremacy rally? With good friends like Marissa Blair and Marcus Martin, I don't know. Brennan M. Gilmore was deliberately planted in the right place in the right time to film the Chancellorsville terrorist homicide vehicle, then planted a scripted narrative to the media about domestic terrorism and ideologies. Gilmore is a CIA spook that under State Department cover ran CIA Special Ops PSYOPs in Central Africa. 9. Was he rounding a clear-up operation after the fact? Or was he stroking and inflaming that mass population fear and racial divide? The police had a difficult job to do standing down. 1. http://time.com/4898983/ Charlottesville James Fields Nazism/ 2. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/schizophrenia. 3. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/antipsychotic. 4. https://news.vice.com/story/Charlottesville attack James Alex Field Jr. 5. http://time.com/4898983/ Charlottesville Fields Nazism/ 6. http://beta.military-owned-source.mil//Army Basic Training and Officer Candidate School. What to expect? Inherit redirect equals true. 7. http://www.express.co.uk/news/world/609395/Chris Harper Mercer Shooter Oregon Umpqua Community College. 8. https://www.millerlawgroup.com/firmbios/support staff/Marissa Blair/ 9. https://willileman.wordpress.com/2017/08/13/ Charlottesville attack Brennan Gilmore and the Stop Coney 2012 PISOP. Comments. 5 comments. Tags: Adolf Hitler, Albert Pike, Aleister Crowley, Olga-S, Antipsychotics, Baphomet, Brennan M. Gilmore, Charlottesville, Chris Harper Mercer, CIA, Dehir Aden, Deandra Harris, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Devil in the White House, Dissociate Identity Disorder, Domestic Terrorism, Donald J. Drumpf, Donald J. Trump, Dr. Colin A. Ross, Dr. Martin Luther King, False Flag Operations, Fort Benning, Fort Jackson, Freemasons, GA, Heather D. Hare, Heinrich Himmler, Illuminati, James Alex Fields, Jr., Knights of the Black Sun, Lucifer's Servants, Luciferians, Manchurian Candidates, Marcus Martin, Marcus Wayne Chanot, Marissa Blair, Masons, Mind Control Sleeper, Minerva, Monarch Program, Monarchs, Mrs. Alberta King, Nazis, Obersturmbannführer SS Otto Skorzeny, Odessa, Psychological Warfare, PSYOPs, Satan, Satanism, Satanists, schizophrenia, securitas, sleepers, strategy of tension, the Thule Society, Umpqua Community College shooting categories, Afghanistan. African American Satanic Cult, Aleister Crowley, Aryan Supremacy, Black Christianity, Black Manchurian Candidates, Blood Covenants, Christianity, CIA, Cybele, Devil, Divine One, Domestic Terrorism, Donald J. Drumpf, Donald J. Trump, Donald Trump, False Flags, FBI, Freemason, Freemasons, Heinrich Himmler, Helter Skelter, Illuminati, Illuminati Sacrifice, Ku Klux Klan, Luciferians, Manchurian Candidates, Masonic Sacrifice, Mind Control, MKUltra, Monarch Child, Monarch Program, MPD, Multiple Personality Disorder, National Socialism, Nationalist Zionist, Nazi Party, Hitler Youth, Nazis, OWL, Project Mockingbird, Psychological Warfare Campaign Against Christianity, Satan, Satanism, SS, Thule Malia Obama, Charlottesville and False Flags, Covert Tours of Luciferian Children of the New Age 1508-2017, The Alternative, Democracy or Autarky, Dark Force, Breitbart. We're the platform for the alt-right, Donald Trump's campaign and Breitbart CEO, Stephen Bannon. 1. The alt-right, short for alternative right, is a group of people with far-right ideologies who reject mainstream conservatism in the U.S. The alt-right formal satanic ideology by various sources is fundamental white nationalism. 2. However, let's be very clear of the alternative that they are really talking about. The alternative maintain that you can only have a maximum of 2 alternatives, because the word alternative comes from Latin alter other, of 2, and that is Christ, democracy or Lucifer. The word autarky is from the Greek, which means self-sufficiency, derived from self, and to suffice. The term is sometimes confused with autocracy, Greek, government by single absolute ruler, or autarky, Greek, the idea of rejecting government and ruling oneself and no other. Drumpf, Donald J. Drumpf and Steve Bannon, children of the secret dark forces. Bannon, Netanyahu and Breitbart News are the platforms for the alt-right. Richard B. Spencer, child of the dark force, has become the unofficial spokesman for them. Spencer in turn in collaboration with Bannon, Netanyahu and Donald Trump.
So I've been checking eBay for Nazi memorabilia, etc. Totenkopf, swastika, and for example, swastika t-shirt, you can't get it on eBay. It's simply not available. There's an Enfant Riche de Prime Maxfield Archive Mickey Mouse swastika t-shirt for $1,000. And an anti-Donald Trump number 45. From a distance it looks like a swastika with a red stripe through it. Forbidden idea.
Wants to control, normalize, rebrand, reimage, and redefine white nationalism, Spencer. But it isn't just white nationalism that they want to reimage to blur the lines, it includes National Socialism Nazism. On November 18, 2016, Spencer and his National Policy Institute played host to a gathering of the self-described alt-right for a pro-Trump conference in Washington, D.C. The following highlighted the conference. America, he, Spencer, said, belonged to white people, whom he called the Lucifers, children of the sun, a race of conquerors and creators who had been marginalized but now, in the era of President-elect Donald J. Trump, were awakening to their own identity. As he finished, several audience members had their arms outstretched in a Nazi salute, when Mr. Spencer, or perhaps another person standing near him at the front of the room, it was not clear who, shouted, "Heil the people, Heil victory." The room shouted it back. 3. Tila, Heil Hitler, Tila Tequila, Tila Tequila is a hip-hop generation CIA MK Ultra, monarch Luciferian sex kitten mind-controlled disinformation artist was there. However, her racist conduct must not be excused, or else they will continually give you one after another to keep you in a state of absolute confusion. Neither Trump or Bannon offered any comment to what went on at the conference to celebrate Trump's selection as president. 4. Glenn. On August 12, 2017, neither Trump or Bannon offered any significant comment to what went on at the March of the Alt-Right White Nationalists, KKK, and the Nazis in Charlottesville, VA, and the hate and homicidal violence by the alt-right. James. Enhanced pictures of the Charlottesville driver show an older driver, 20-year-old Vanguard America white nationalist James Alex Fields, Jr.'s mother, Samantha Bloom, said that her son dropped his cat off at her apartment and told her that he was going to an alt-right rally in Virginia. 5. Fields' car. Notice, Fields' car has no gray racing stripes. The Dodge Ram logos are different, too. Also, the car Fields bought had a sun-sliding roof, while the agent provocateur's cars have no sunroofs. Fields' car 2. Charlottesville 2 totality different, racing stripes, cars associated with the incident. At the rally, an agent provocateur deliberately rammed his Ram Charger car into anti-white nationalist protesters in Charlottesville, Virginia. Crom Charger, Masonic Baphomet Devil Ram. He killed one, Heather Hayer, 32 years old, and injured 6, but, who was really driving that car? However, the actual driver looked to be an older cold-blood military operative killer. James Fields, Jr. appears to be just the mind-controlled patsy. Fields was there, all right, with the Vanguard America. The group has the Vril and Himmler's SS Luciferian black sun symbol as part of an universal fundamental white national ideology that suggests MK Ultra, monarch CIA occult bureau involvement. The Black Sun Order, Black Sun Shields, universal fundamental black sun ideology of the CIA occult bureau. The forbidden truth about Ukraine is that the West engineered through a carefully staged, CIA covert operation the formation of a proxy regime integrated by neo-Nazis, confirmed by U.S. Assistant Secretary of State Victoria Nuland. Key organizations in the Ukraine including the neo-Nazi party Svoboda were generously supported by Washington. We have invested more than $5 billion to help Ukraine to achieve these and other goals. We will continue to promote Ukraine to the future it deserves. Ukraine. Black Sun Order neo-Nazi Svoboda leader Olet Yanibak. The Western media has casually avoided to analyze the composition and ideological underpinnings of the government coalition. The word neo-Nazi is a taboo. It has been excluded from the dictionary of mainstream media commentary. It will not appear in the pages of the New York Times, the Washington Post, or the Independent. Journalists have been instructed not to use the term neo-Nazi to designate Svoboda and the right sector. We are not dealing with a transitional government in which neo-Nazi elements integrate the fringe of the coalition, formerly led by the Fatherland Party. The cabinet is not only integrated by the Svoboda and right sector, not to mention former members of defunct fascist UNSO, the two main neo-Nazi, Black Sun Order, entities have been entrusted with key positions which grant them de facto control over the armed forces, police, justice and national security. Trump Ukraine. Here, right now, today the highest public elected office in U.S. has also refused to designate and denounce Charlottesville's alternative right as Black Sun Order Nazis, KKK and right-wingers. During the march of the anti-right protesters in Charlottesville, the street wasn't blocked off by police as marchers proceeded down the street. That car drove directly into the crowd, then the driver coolly backed up and drove away from the scene. So, where is the video of Fields' arrest with the car? There isn't any, because Fields wasn't driving that car. The car was driven by a military operative agent provocateur of a strategy of tension or false flag operation. Virginia is a vast military base state. It is a strategy of tension/false flag operation state that recently pulled off the June 14, 2017 Steve Scalise, James Hodgkinson Manchurian candidate, Pizzagate strategy of tension operation, Richard Spencer. The alt-right intends to normalize white supremacy and Nazism by means of mass deception. The Atlantic magazine, and perhaps the CIA, is helping build up alt-right and Spencer's brand, giving the alt-right millions in free public relations press. Why? Some call it control opposition. At least $50,000 was funneled to Spencer through the Atlantic magazine for the exclusive disinformation story entitled, "Hail Trump, White Nationalists Salute the President-Elect." It appears that this particular internet reference site has been removed. Night Malta. Baphomet Night of Malta, Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe. The Roman Catholic Masonic Knight of Malta, Governor of Virginia, Terry Richard McAuliffe, is up to his old tricks of mass public campaign of disinformation and deception. Again, there are some internet sites that argue that McAuliffe application to become a Knight of Malta was rejected. Well, you don't apply to become a knight like filing out a McDonald's job application. A person of apparent wealth, authority, power and influence must be invited. If they invited him, they knew about his anti-abortion views. In addition, the Knights of Malta have a Masonic covenant of secrecy. Nobody but a few closed secret inner circle of knights would know if McAuliffe was accepted or rejected. McAuliffe was invited, and he came to the party. 7. During a press conference, McAuliffe said, "You came here today to hurt people. There is no place for you here, there is no place for you in America, so please, go home and never come back," he said. "Take your hatred and take your bigotry, there is no place." At the same press conference, Charlottesville Mayor Michael Siner said the bigotry was brought to his city by outsiders. 8. Singer Charl, Mayor Michael Singer, as if he didn't know, Charlottesville, Virginia is the ugly South. It's no Shangri-La in race relations, and has never been. Slavery. Virginia is a lynching state. It wasn't outsiders lynching and burning black citizens in the state. It was the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Virgin lynching. Singer is a Jewish, Kabbalah of the Zohar, part of John Podesta's Satanic Coven or Inner Circle. He worked for Luciferian cannibal high priest and Pizzagate pedophile Jah Podesta's Center for American Progress. Podesta. He also worked with Podesta on Barack Obama's State Department transition team. In 2010, he traveled to Panjshir Province, Afghanistan, as a member of a U.S.aid-sponsored mission to monitor Afghanistan's parliamentary elections, and it goes on and on inside the government. He is a shadow government insider if not outright CIA Kabbalah occult bureau. 9. In fact, there is some buzz on the internet that Singer gave the clandestine order for the police to stand down in Charlottesville. 10. Charlottesville? The Ku Klux Klan, Dragons has been organized in this city, The Progress reported on June 28, 1921. Hundreds of Charlottesville's leading business and professional men met around the tomb of Jefferson at the midnight hour one night last week and sealed the pledge of chivalry and patriotism with the deepest crimson of red American blood. 11. Is the entire Charlottesville affair a false flag operation designed to divert the public away from the global North Korean nuclear crisis, Russiagate and Pizzagate, and the ineptness, dysfunction, and dark forces of Donald J. Trump, the White House, and U.S. Pentagon? It certainly appears that it is. McAuliffe and Siner want to pull the veil over the eyes of masses and world to believe that the state of Virginia and Charlottesville belong to Plato's Golden Age. Oh, not us. So, how did all that army of unruly violent gun-toting alternative right racists, Klan members, and neo-Nazis happen to land in Charlottesville, VA without police, military homeland security interference and surveillance and then disappear to planet Saturn? Alt-right is an oxymoron, a figure of speech by which a locution produces an incongruous, seemingly self-contradictory effect. White racism, nationalism, supremacy, and Nazism have no alternative narrative. They are exactly what they are called. Alt-right is a looking glass and smoked mirror. They want to distract and deceive us. They want the people to chase after illusions. If they believe, follow and act in pursuit of ideologies of Nazism, white racism, white nationalism, white supremacy, then that is what they are and forever will.
Wealthy. So I've got to do some shopping, and I'm also testing if this broadcast works. If it doesn't get disconnected again, basically. And maybe I will talk more about it when I get back more on this topic. This is mindcontrolblackassassin's.com, and this page was on. I did not turn this on myself, so that's why I thought let's broadcast it then. But that was not my intention. My intention was talking more about them blocking broadcasts and illegally interfering with evidence of incitement to commit genocide and attempts to depopulate Earth, etc. So I might say more about it. In previous broadcasts I've definitely said more about it. And when I get back, then I'll turn the camera on so you can see me, so you can fast forward to that area on the video.
B. Not the alt-right, but white supremacists and Nazis. 2. Alternate rock Lollapalooza and the autarky of the devil, Kfalsamaria, Malia, Mary, and false satanic Maria, Mary. Today, it seems as though the entire Hollywood music and film entertainment industry also involves the alternative that maintain that you can only have a maximum of 2 alternatives in music. But traditional music from artists and poets of love is not being played or promoted. Lollapalooza is alternative rock that unties the traditional genres of gospels, blues, rhythm and blues, popular, rock and rap under a dark force autarky. In first covering Malia Obama and Lollapalooza, I discovered that I really didn't recall any prior association with the word Lollapalooza. Each and every time I wanted to use the word, I had to recheck the spelling over and over again. That should have been a warning to define the word in the first instance. President Obama's Malia, Mary, have been sent to Lollapalooza since 2014 in association with globally normalizing Chance the Rapper. 12. If she is associated with aiding the normalizing Chance the Rapper among the people for mass public consumption, and she and her false daddy are, they are wicked and satanic as hell. For the record again, as President of the U.S., Barack Obama promoted this acid-rap-tripping Negro, high on CIAMK Ultra, monarch hallucinogenic drugs for the satanic cabals to destroy the minds, bodies, and families of black people. Chancey Sadrap. Do you have any idea what this acid rap represent and entail? It is underground rap styles that overlap with horrorcore rap. Esham Atticus Smith, best known by his stage name Esham, is a rapper from Detroit known for his hallucinogenic style of hip-hop which he referred to as acid rap. Esham's lyrics have focused on themes such as death, drug use, evil, paranoia and sex, and have included references to Satan. Smith refers to his performance style as acid rap, comparing the lyrics to hallucinations induced by LSD. Esham's style has also been described as horrorcore hip-hop. Horrorcore defines a style of hip-hop music that focuses primarily on dark, violent, gothic, transgressive, macabre and/or horror-influenced topics that can include death, psychosis, psychological horror, mental illness, Satanism, self-harm, cannibalism, mutilation, necrophilia, suicide, torture, rape, drug abuse, and often supernatural or occult themes. The lyrics are often inspired by horror movies over moody, hardcore beats. And the Illuminati in direct complicity of Russell Simmons intend to ram satanic horrorcore down the throats of the global youth and the weak. Chance Murder Kigs. Horrorcore was described by Entertainment Weekly in 1995 as a blend of hardcore rap and bloodthirsty metal. The lyrical content of horrorcore is sometimes described as being similar to that of Helter Skelter, death metal, and some have referred to the genre as death rap. Acid-like horrorcore rap is USA, Under Satan's Authority, Under Satan's Authority, Perry Farrell and Jane's Addiction, Perry Illuminated and Lucius Perry Farrell. Lollapalooza was conceived and created in 1991 by Jane's Addiction band member, Perry Farrell, as a farewell tour for his band. Lollapalooza ran annually until 1997, and was revived in 2003. From its inception through 1997 and its revival in 2003, the festival toured North America. In 2004, the festival organizers decided to expand the dates to 2 days per city, but poor ticket sales forced the 2004 tour to be cancelled. In 2005, Farrell and the William Morris Agency partnered with Capital Sports Entertainment, C3, and retooled it into its current format as a weekend destination festival in Grant Park, Chicago. 13. There is a lot of controversy surrounding the origin of the term, Lollapalooza, that Farrell invented. Lollapalooza is an annual hip-hop and devil metal music festival that showcases popular satanically drugged-influenced music acts that your children hear on the radio. What does its name means? Lolla? Early 20th century shows that the term Lolla refers to a large lollipop, pal, partnered or paired with, oozing amounts of drugs. So what this festival's name means is a festival that celebrates illegal drug use and distributes drug-filled lollipop that will send your kids on a trip to fairy tale Candyland, while playing hopscotch with rainbow-colored dragon midgets and satanic unicorns. 14. At the very least, the Lolla lollipop part of the name has been confirmed. Founder Perry Farrell explained, via an interview discussing the 20-year mark in 2012. Back in the day, people had paper dictionaries, he explained. As a songwriter, I used to read the dictionary a lot. If I was hard up for a word, I would start thumbing through and sometimes it would trigger an idea for a song or a lyric. And laying on my back reading the dictionary, I came across Lollapalooza, which said something great and or wonderful. Then the second definition of it was a giant swirling lollipop. And I thought about all the amazing, wonderful people I would bring together, not just the artists, but the people themselves, the patrons, the people that listen to it, the punk rockers or post-punk rockers, and the rappers and all these wild people, Jibby Haynes and Ice-T and Henry Rollins, man, smashing them all together. I thought, this is the perfect name. 15. Rollins, Henry Rollins, he certainly plays devil music. Rollins, gotta find the sin within and let the game begin. If you want to jump and shout, you gotta let that devil out, let that devil out. 16. Gabby Haynes of the rock band, Booth Hole Surfers, I don't need to say anymore, Crook. Ice-T and band, Body Count. Luciferian Negro Heavy, black metal rocker Eric Cunningham, Eric C., and Ice-T produced the Forbidden album for Black Sabbath. 17. Black Sabbath, need I say more about these Luciferian bootlicking Negroes? Sabbath, the Witches' Sabbath, if you don't recall or didn't know, Perry Dave Farrell and Dave Nervo, Satanist Dave Nervo, Farrell's Jane's Addiction band member, is one of the godfathers of the Lollapalooza tours. Davin Rivo 2, Luciferian Dave Nervo and Satan's Cross. The Leviathan Cross was created by the Knights Templar. The symbol was then adopted by Anton LaVey, founder of the Church of Satan. The Leviathan Cross is sometimes referred to as the Cross of Satan, which means the Satan's Cross. 18. Farrell Jew, Perry Farrell's real name is Peretz Bernstein, and unbeknownst to most fans, is an ardent Jewish Zionist. He's raised money for the Israeli army and was slated to hold the Lollapalooza in Tel Aviv, Israel, in August 2013. 19. Farrell McGilling, At a show featuring Perry Farrell in May 2012, video footage clips garnered by his friend and longtime Jane's Addiction fan, Greg Johnson, after the show reveal a shocking mock human sacrifice and vicious baby murder ritual taking place in the background while Farrell performed. A man on stage with what appeared to be pantyhose over his face tortured a realistic-looking baby to death as the crowd went wild to the music and flashed devil signs. 20. Farrell is convinced he owes his youthful looks to 15 years or relentless drug-taking, heroin, crack cocaine. 21. 22. Cramsy little girl, John Bennett, 6 years old, Farrell's main Luciferian collaborator. The William Morris Agency represents up-and-coming child models and had solicited a contract from the Ramseys for the services of John Bennett. It should also be noted that in early 1996 the Denver police had been investigating a Denver child porno protection ring linked to and run by none other than the William Morris Agency and FBI Division 5, FBI Special, Black Ops. 23. Her father, John Ramsey, ran a company called Access Graphics with offices in the Philippines, Amsterdam, Holland and Denver, Colorado. Access Graphics did business with the William Morris Agency that had service contracts directly with what is commonly known as the CIA Iran-Contra affair uncovered in the 1980s. Access Graphics' major bank accounts were parked at the noted Iran-Contra money laundry Silverado Savings and Loan was administered by Neil Bush, former CIA director, and U.S. President George H.W. Bush's son. Ramsey was also on a list of witnesses never subpoenaed by former Iran-Contra affair prosecutor Lawrence Walsh. John and Patsy Ramsey had most likely pimped his daughter out as a child prostitute to the William Morris Agency, who were taking these child models and using them to provide secret CIA MKUltra. Monarch Occult Bureau child sex slave services for pedophiles and clandestine white male operations in addition to their casting and modeling shows. That's the way they roll. 24. Satanists. So, it's not too far-fetched to describe Lollapalooza as a nest of Satan worshippers and the CIA Occult Bureau. 25. 3. Alternative right. The Black Sun Order and the Vril, Lightning Satan. The satanic lightning bolt symbolizes Satan as our true creator god. The lightning bolt is the life force, the bioelectricity. In the 1920s, the symbol was hijacked, adopted by the Nazi movement, among them Guido von List, who suggested the word Sig, meaning sun, really signified Sig meaning victory. 26. Sig sign. The single S is the Armanen runic symbol Sig, which the Nazis used to signify victory. In German, the word for victory is Sieg. The single S variant was the symbol of the Deutschen Jungvolks, a youth organization of the Hitlerjugend, HJ, for 10 to 14-year-olds. There were two organizations for boys, young men in the Third Reich era. As noted above, there was the DJ, 10-14 years old, and the HJ or Hitler Youth for those 15-18 years old. Both used the single lightning bolt or Sigrun as their symbol. 27. Gvril Maria. Mary Orsic, Maria Orsic, was a well-known medium, head of the Vrilgesellschaft. They gathered a large number of young women around them. They had long ponytails, something that was very unusual at that time. They believed that their long hair acted as a cosmic antenna to communicate with extraterrestrials. Vril members were also known as Vril Maidens, Black Sun. Thule found its true purpose through the joining of societies in 1919 with Orsic's Vrilgesellschaft and DHVSS, which also believed in worship of the Black Sun, but it was the psychic mediums of Vril and Thule's own resident psychic Orsic that convinced them that the Aryan race didn't originate from Earth but from Aldebaran in AlphaTauri, 64 light-years away. Vril also convinced the DHVSS, men of the Black Stone, that their mountain goddess Isis, Cybele, was the queen of Aldebaran. 28. The Thule Society sponsored the founding of the Nazi Party and its most inner circle, Hitler, Himmler and the notorious occultist, Rudolf Hess, Sieg Sun, Victory, and Supervril Energy. This is alternative right. Richard Spencer's Aryan Children of the Sunday. According to the Vril documents discovered after Orsic advocated that messages could be obtained telepathically from Aldebaran. Maria had 2 stacks of papers, one written in code language of the Templars, the other in an ancient Oriental language. They got help from the Pan-Babylonians, a group that had close ties with the Thule Society, which was formed among others by archaeologist Hugo Winkler, physicist Peter Jensen, and Assyriologist Friedrich Delitzsch. It turned out that the second stack of documents were written in Sumerian text. Khmeria, Sigrun Sun Temple helped translate the messages and decipher the strange images of a Vril circular flying machine. 29. Vril saucers. At the fall of Nazi Germany, the Vril maidens, Vril Energy Technologies, and their flying discs disappeared, or they were absorbed, classified and ultra-top secret into a rabbit hole inside Operation Paperclip. 4. Malia, the Killers and Lucifer, Khmalia Gidpan, Malia and Greek god Pan. That brings us back to Malia, Mary, the Killers, and their signature Sigrun symbol, single lightning bolt. The Killers is a rock band that has been connected with Lollapalooza since 2004. For the record, it is a rock band that then President Barack Obama was particularly familiar with. They were invited to the White House. The band is led by Brandon Flowers, a Mormon Freemason. It is alleged that Mormonism is a breakaway faction of Freemasonry which claim to be the true Masonry, keeping both ritual and dogma, including the worship of Lucifer. At Lollapalooza 2017, Malia and her friends were backstage with the Killers, Khmalia beating. Let me say this, and I say it with a great deal of hurt, sadness and sorrow in my heart. While the Killers were playing in the background, Malia is not beating any drums. Malia and her friend that dropped to ground and opened her legs as Malia stood over her was a mimic satanic sex magic ritual. Mela is pretending to sprinkle feces, urine, body fluids, and blood over her body. They are New Age initiates of the devil. Khmalia ritual. Cutting to the catch, Lollapalooza is actually part of covert New Age satanic initiation festival of mind, body and spirit of the experience of oneness in diversity. Killers. The Killers lightning bolt logo, true to form, is the satanic lightning bolt, symbolizes the creator god Satan. The lightning bolt is the life force, the bioelectricity. Killers hymns. The Killer's ram actually represents the Greek god of nature, Pan, Kpan rape. New Agers identify Lucifer as the serpent in Genesis, except that he was unfairly misunderstood and demonized. Findhorn Cult, University and Children of the New Age. Leader, occultist Robert Ogilvy Crombie claims that God Pan appeared to him and sadly confessed that he was the devil or Satan of Jewish Christian tradition. Among the students of the elite Findhorn Cult of Edinburgh, Scotland, where at one time Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, consort of Queen Elizabeth II, the Findhorn Cult communicated with other planets, Aryan aliens and flying saucers just the same as Maria Orsic and the Thule Society. They maintain that it is important for the future of mankind that belief in the nature spirits and their god Pan be re-established and that they are seen in their true light. The Magic of Findhorn, p.217. Likewise, their ascended masters were defamed as fallen angels, identified with the Hebrew Nephilim who were on earth in pre-flood times. Genesis 6-4. Pan witches. New Agers are taught to honor Lucifer as the ultimate being turned god, the one who first promised to bring mankind into godhood, appearing to Adam and Eve, and also before that. But since many are not able to accept this name and true image, he allows others to call him Krishna, Buddha, or even Christ, Messiah, Kranjas. They recognize Chinese worship of the dragon, and Egyptian, Hindu worship of the cobra, as forms which Lucifer takes on. They also approve of witches who worship Lucifer in the form of a goat man, known in nature cults as God Pan, the deity worshipped at Findhorn and credited with their unique agricultural methods. See The Magic of Fine Torn by Paul Hawken. Pangoat. People generally will not accept worship in his Greek form, so, the goat and ram covertly represents God Pan Lucifer. Millie a purple goat. Those allowed to enter the New Age guarded by elite masters of the world, conspiracy of Neoplatonism, must accept Lucifer as God. People are being prepared and conditioned to passively accept the Luciferian conspiracy and plan via many different avenues: holistic health, global unity, pagan and Eastern religions, animal, tree worship, mind-altering drugs like LSD, endorsed by Bailey and Ferguson as tools for transformation, hypnosis, alternative healing such as homeopathy and acupuncture, these favored by Krem as part of the Great Shift in Consciousness, music, yoga, trademark, kundalini and chakras, martial arts, science fiction, witchcraft, Freemasonry, Kabbalah, ufology, black or white magic, spiritism, psychic powers, guided imagery, hypnotherapy, EST, psychological rebirthing, self-actualization, Jungian psychology, sex orgies, magic, of Aleister Crowley, to name a few. A path can be high-tech, refined, politically correct, or primitive, bizarre, brutal. There is something to appeal to everyone. Area 6, Lollapalooza 2017, False Maria in Transformation. The common goal is an altered state of consciousness which all the above try to introduce in some form, that is, transformation or dreamlike state, emptying the mind of deliberate thought, which opens one up to passively welcoming spirit guides or invisible higher intelligences. Their hierarchy of masters who left are now returning, from a spiritual hideout called Shambhala Lollapalooza to rebuild their inner government on planet Earth, which will finally put the Black Lodge Christianity and democracy out of business. In short, they intend to wage a religious war to end all wars to enthrone Lucifer on Earth as God. 1. http://fair.org/home/a guided tour of the alt-right by the Trump campaign chief's website. 2. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/alt-right. 3. http://www.slate.com/bloggs/the_meet_the_score_the_site_steve_bannon_as_site_described_as_a_html. 4. http://www.salon.com/2016/11/23/man who did Nazi salute with tequila outside Richard Spencer's alt-right conference is Jewish and it's causing problems. 5. http://heavy.com/news/2017/08/James Alex Fields Jr. Charlottesville suspect arrested driver crash at rally Republican age bio video. 6. https://www.newyorktimes.com/2017/08/13/us/James Alex Fields Charlottesville driver. HTML. 7. https://www.reddit.com/r/romerules/comments/3h/key_in_players_in_news_shooting_identified. 8. http://deadline.com/2017/08/Charlottesville death toll rises Terry McAuliffe white nationalists 1202-147-741. 9. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Michael_Signer. 10. https://saboteur365.wordpress.com/2017/08/13/ACLU says police told to stand down by Jew mayor / 11. http://www.dailyprogress.com/news/local/KKK robes unveiled at Historical Society but owners kept hidden _article__C432F90262B511E7HC412373D0B222E6.html 12. http://www.huffingtonpost.com/2014/08/04/Malia Obama Lollapalooza _n_5648211.html 13. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Lollapalooza 14. http://tysonboerca.com/Lollapalooza a festival of frolicking hipsters and drug-filled lollipops / 15. http://www.ballerstouches.com/2012/08/03/ Farrell explains origin Lollapalooza / 16. http://www.metrolyrics.com/LetThatDevilOutLyrics Henry Rollins.html 17. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Ernie_C 18. http://symbolism.wikia.com/wiki/the_Leviathan_U_cross 19. http://libertified.com/2013/Janes_addiction_Lollapalooza_Farrell_Perry_911.html 20. id. 21. http://www.contactmusic.net/Perry_Farrell/news/Farrell The drugs do work 22. https://www.theguardian.com/theobserver/2003/ August/03/features.magazine57. 23. http://educateyourself.org/cn/John Bentramsey Satanic Ritual.shtml 24. http://educateyourself.org/cn/John Bentramsey Satanic Ritual.shtml 25. Arnold, Gina, Kiss This, Punk in the Present Tense, St. Martin's Griffin, 1997. 26. http://www.stampboards.com/vetopic.php F equals 10 and T equals 70418. 27. id. 28. http://black.grayfalcon.us/ 29. http://humancerfree.com/2016/06/The woman behind Hitler's flying saucers.html Comments 2. Comments tags, Acid Rap, Aleister Crowley, Alt-Right, Alternative Right, Alternative Rock, Andrew Breitbart, Aryans, Autarky, Autocracy, Baphomet, Barack Obama, Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu, Black or White Magic, Black Sabbath, Black Sun Order, Brandon Flowers, Breitbart News Network, Booth Hole Surfers, Capital Sports Entertainment, Center for American Progress, Chance the Rapper, Charlottesville, Children of the Sun, CIA MK Ultra, Monarch, CIA Occult Bureau, Cross of Satan, Dark Force Autarky, Dark Forces, Dave Narivo, Death Metal Music, Devil Music, Donald J. Drumpf, Donald J. Trump, Eric C., Eric Cunningham, Estate, False Flag Operations, False Maria, Freemasonry, Freemasons, Jibby Haynes, God Pan, guided imagery, Heather Heyer, heavy metal, Helter Skelter, Henry Rollins, horrorcore rap, human sacrifice, hypnotherapy, Ice-T, Illuminati, Israel, Israeli Defense Forces, James Alex Fields, Jane's Addiction, John Podesta, John Benny Ramsey. Jungian Psychology, Kabbalah, KKK. Knights of Black Sun, Knights of Malta, Knights Templar, Ku Klux Klan, Kundalini and Chakras, Leviathan Cross, Lollapalooza, LSD, Lucifer, Lynchings, Malia Obama, Manchurian Candidate, Martial Arts, Mind Control, Mormons, Nazism, Neil Bush, Neoplatonism, New Age Movement, New Age Religion, Paganism, Pagans, Peretz Bernstein, Perry Farrell, Pizzagate, Psychic Powers, Psychological Rebirthing, Ram Charger, Richard Spencer, Samantha Bloom, Satan's Cross, Satanic Lightning Bolt, Satanic Maria, Science Fiction, Self-Actualization, Sex Magic, Sex Orgies, Shambhala, Sig, Sigrun, Saigon, Silverado Savings, Slavery, Spiritism, Steve Bannon, Strategy of Tension, Terry Richard McAuliffe, The Killers, Third Reich. Thule-Gesellschaft, Thule Society, Deal Tequila, Trademark, Transformation, Ufology, Under Satan's Authority, Vanguard America, Virginia, Vril Flying Saucers, Vril Society Maidens, Vril Gesellschaft, White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, White Nationalism, William Morris Agency. Witches Sabbath, Witchcraft, Yoga Categories, 1000-Year Reich, African American Satanic Cult, African Slavery, Albert Pike, Aleister Crowley, Anton LaVey, Aryan Supremacy, Ascended Masters, Baal, Baby Scariferous, Baphomet, Barack Obama, Black Children, Black Christianity, Black Sabbath, Blood Covenants, Blood Oaths. Blood Sacrifice, Christianity, Church of Satan, CIA, Cybele, Devil, Devil's Horns, Devil's Bible. Divine One. Division 5, Donald J. Drumpf, Donald J. Trump, Donald Trump, Druids, Earth Mother Goddess, Egypt, Evil, Eyes Wide Shut, Fallen Angels, False Flags, False Prophet, False Prophets, False Satanic Rites of Lost Negroes, FBI, Freemason, Freemasons, Gangsta Rap, Genocide, Heinrich Himmler, Hip Hop False Prophets, Hip Hop Satanic Cult, Hollywood Satanic Cult, Human Sassafras, Illuminati Sacrifice, Iran-Contra Crack Cocaine Connection, Jesus Christ, Knight of Malta, Knights Hospitaller, Knights of the Black Sun, Knights Templar, Ku Klux Klan. Lucifer's Servants, Luciferians, Maria Orsic, Masonic Sacrifice, Men of the Black Stone, Metallica, Mind Control, MK Ultra, CIA Occult Bureau, Temple of Set, MK Ultra, Monarch Child, Monarch Program, Nazi Party, Hitler Youth, Nazis, New Age Religion, New World Order, No, Operation Paperclip Project, Paul Joseph Goebbels, Pizzagate, Power Control Group, Queen Elizabeth, Racial Mass Murder, Reichsführer SS1 Heinrich Himmler, Ritual Satanic Abuse, Ritual Satanic Sexual Abuse, Ritually Abused Children, Rose and Cross, Rosecroix, Rosicrucian, Rosie Cross, Rudolf Hess, Satan, Satanic Booty Cult, God Pan, Witches Sabbath, Satanic Global High Cabal, Satanism, Schutzstaffel, Set, Seth, Sex Kitten, Sex Slave, Slavery, Stargate, Thule, Trauma-Based Mind Control, Underground Reich, Underground Third Reich, Vril, Zionist Far Above Our Heads, Roman Catholics, Chauncey Bailey, Kamala Harris. Pedophile Priests, Lucifer's Lodge and Raymond J. Liddy 808 2017, Far Above My Head, The assassination of Chauncey Bailey. August 2, 2017 was the 10th anniversary of the assassination of journalist Chauncey Bailey. It came and it went as if he has been forgotten. Nevertheless, our vast differences. He was my beloved misguided brother that I remember. His assassination was far above my head, our community and the Your Black Muslim Bakery. Slain in cold blood Chauncey Bailey, where is his briefcase? They blew his brains out, and left him in a river of blood and flesh with his feet on the sidewalk. Chauncey always carried a large distinctive medium brown leather briefcase with straps. In the briefcase, he worked from 2 or 3 computer data disks that he used on a computer in my office. I know it, because I saw it. At the scene of the crime, his briefcase is missing. Whoever assassinated Chauncey took his briefcase. That briefcase has never been recovered, and police investigators don't seem to have ever looked for it. Of course, homicide detectives have never interviewed me about Chauncey and my office. We weren't friends, but we had known each other for decades from Merritt Junior College on Old Grove Street in Oakland, California. We never exchanged words or greetings even if we were in the same room across the table from each other. From the very beginning, Chauncey and I were at opposite poles of everything religious, social and political. I was one of those dangerous field Negroes that Chauncey, house Negro, had been warned to stay away from to remain in good terms with his many masters. Over the years, I was behind only one news article that I got out of him, but I needed a group of senior citizens as interlopers. During the meeting, if he addressed me at all, it was only once with little to no eye contact. When the article hit the stands on the abuses of state conservatorship and black senior homeowners, he caught holy hell for it. One morning just days before he was assassinated, I was busy working at my desk in the office that I paid monthly rent for. I turned around and Chauncey Bailey was also busy working on an office computer behind me. I was told that Chauncey was working on an investigative news piece that he couldn't trust to work on at his regular workspace at the Oakland Post newspaper group less than a block away. At that particular time, I shared an office space with a flake local preacher activist, a clandestine FBI black ghetto informant that had secretly been assigned to shadow, keep an eye on, and try to control and influence my intellectual work, content and activity in the community. The Oakland shadow government had put me on a future short trail out of Oakland. Or be harmed. I figured it was safer at that time to keep them in front of me for a while, instead of behind. I couldn't rent another office in downtown Oakland, since I had to run for my life and abandon my former office space that I had occupied for at least 10 years. When Chauncey came into my office, he asked the FBI informant about my office time and work schedule. I suspected that he had been assigned to set me up, but they didn't appreciate the fact that Chauncey and I had a long history of mistrust, and maybe even fear of each other. Chauncey was pompous and extremely clandestine. He most likely didn't even know how much trouble he was really in. I fully appreciated the danger I was in. It prompted me to immediately radically change my entire schedule. I worked at the office from midnight to about 5 a.m. to avoid any contact with him. I slept at home for a few hours, then worked on my laptop in public places under a sign-in and out log, and under surveillance cameras during day hours. I had also been warned about Chauncey by a government MKUltra monarch severely mentally, sexually abused and traumatized Black Angel assassin out of New Orleans that I had befriended. She was ultra-intelligent. At times, she reminded me that she could have killed me long ago. I never attempted to try to outsmart or discover too much out of her. I don't remember how we met in the first instance, but I knew who and what she was by the content of her covert reference CIA Vacaville, California Medical Facility, CMF, station agent, Dr. James A. Hamilton and the Black Cultural Association, BCA. Her beloved fiancé had recently died from a mysterious, rare, and untreatable malignancy that turned his organs into masses of bloody tissues and fluids. I knew him from the streets as a North Oakland opportunist hustler and gang member. I ran into him in the 1990s. He said that he did time in prison back east in the Nebraska area. However, he had turned his life around to try to help the community. He ran a community-based organization fully funded by the state. Later, we sort of got into it at a community meeting surrounding the October 20, 1997 assassination of a local drug leader, and his girlfriend, 16-year-old Loesha Dan Malasey. He stirred up things by advocating an immediate light the torches approach to directly go after young black males in West Oakland. He was a propaganda end of a strategy of tension operation in the community to confuse, distract, and demonize young black males. I sat him and his lieutenants down. The four fully hooded masked assailants that walked up to a van parked across from Oakland's McLean's High School and killed Loesch and then simply walked away to vanish into the thin air had all the signatures of a Chinese triad drug gang hit that were moving into the crack cocaine market. Fully hooded masked collaborated organized assassins with high-powered weapons matched the recent activity of Oakland's Chinese triad drug gang activity, not local young black brothers out of West Oakland. They walk away from assassinations, and vanish into the thin air. In the Lacey case, the Oakland Police Department arrested and convicted one lonely institutionalized psychological abused and traumatized 16-year-old individual with ties to foster homes and psychiatric care institutions for murdering Loesch, when witnesses saw at least four ski-masked individuals with automatic weapons kill her. The young man, Christopher Smith, didn't have the facts, assailant attire, or guns straight in his confession, yet he lingers in prison for a crime that he didn't commit. People v. Smith, 1999, Alameda County Superior Court, case number 136764. Now almost 10 years later, Christopher remains the only one charged with the four-man crime. I didn't know the Moody that I knew by another first name had been Dr. Hamilton's CIA BCA Cecil Moody. In her time of severe mental distress and confusion, nobody, even his doctors, knew what was going on. Nobody would touch the matter. I didn't run from her. I assisted her to the best my abilities to pursue malpractice claims against the doctors and medical service care facilities, but even they couldn't get close to the cause of his malignancy. It was CIA stuff. Her fiancé was Cecil Moody, former president.
Oh, I thought clonate, I thought. But perhaps they are on a different trip now, you know. There's nothing we can do.
Of Dr. Hamilton's ultra-secret MK-Ultra, Monarch Experimental Medical, Mind Control Cohort Group at Vacaville, the Little Prison of Horrors. Moody appears briefly in Patty Hearst, Her Own Story, Patricia Campbell Hearst, Avon Books, NY, 1982. The CIA has located 3 additional documents that describe on their face CIA support for human experiments involving radiation as part of Project MKUltra. Document 3 is a letter dated March 30, 1965, from.
So basically they have to picture coke in America. But do you see any coke in America? Has the CIA ever given you any cocaine? So in reality it's cancer chemtrails in America. And cocaine is imported under armed guard.
Dr. James A. Hamilton concerning research under MKUltra Subproject 140, at that time renamed MKSearch No. 3. Dr. Hamilton has informed staff that the CIA provided him funds to set up and operate a laboratory, whereby he could do his own research but also do research for the CIA at their request. Dr. Hamilton stated that he therefore set up a lab in the Vacaville, California prison medical facility and did radioisotope studies to measure thyroid uptake in male prisoners as part of his own research in understanding the effects of the thyroid on postpartum depression. The stated that the prisoners were paid and were informed about what he was doing. Dr. Hamilton said he would send the committee a bibliography of his publications on this research. He stated further that the CIA never utilized the lab before his relationship with CIA was made public and the lab was shut down. He states that he did, however, provide information to the CIA on the effects of LSD and other drugs based on his clinical experience as a psychiatrist. Dr. Hamilton also stated that he did experiments concerning covert markers using fluorescence, but not radiation, on himself and his assistants. Dr. Hamilton died in his late 19.
So I have not heard this part of the broadcast. I'm now back from shopping, and if there's anything I should know about, please Skype Prologic999 or leave a comment in the comments, then I may also find it. Basically, if you get comments to a YouTube video, let's see if I can get this to work. Open a new tab. It's going really slow. A groovy plan for white genocide. I bet it's the alt-right. Anyway. Then I'd have to check the video. So, person with this Chinese name asks, or commented, should I cut it 1 day ago to that video? What would be nice if we could see the video title. That's something like anonymous darkest video, kill the pedo elite that have killed people, murderers, execute them basically. Because they control the judges with directed energy weapons, etc. And basically I've advised to use poison arrows, a mask and a timer. And yeah, because we don't want to lose you, we want to keep you with our anti-global government movement for a better timeline. There aren't that many of us, basically there are not enough people. Oh, and some other comments. Sam Hancock commented, thank you, that's a 528 Hz video, how you can make music 528 Hz with virtual DJ, and also how to play track backwards. That's by right mouse clicking on the play button with this particular Hercules skin. It may also work that way with normal VDJ skin, of course. Cybertracks, NCS Music and Remixes commented, Uri Kaufman, hello, I think I got unsubbed from you, resubbed, I've subbed to you, so I'd appreciate if you'd sub to me, YouTube. Oh yeah, I think I already read that once. I don't sub to anybody basically. I keep a regular view of the channels that I've discovered that are interesting or funny and stuff like this. So I don't like and I don't subscribe. Usually I'm busy with other things. I'll consider it anyway. John Lilburn commented, all men have grown small tits in the last few years. I am in incredible shape. I run 5 miles every day. I am 206.93 kilograms with a 32-inch waist. My body fat according to... Anyway, yeah, we have to avoid plastic, bisphenol A, etc. It might be fun. I have a fun idea. Speech engine on.
90s in San Francisco County. And there doesn't appear to be one obituary on him. Even Stanford University was silent about the death of its notorious CIA alumni, Dr. James Alexander Hamilton. Under these circumstances, I don't have to be a doctor to say that Cecil Moody died from radiation poisoning. Black CIA agent Colston Westbrook that ran the BCA inside Vacaville also died from radiation poisoning and absolutely horrific suffering and death. As I said before, they tried desperately to convince me to go into Vacaville as a volunteer BCA tutor. I had been warned that they wanted me dead so that Dr. Hamilton's mind-controlled Black Manchurian candidates, Black Mafia, would move smoothly transition into the community to take it over. Its plan included Cecil Moody. I said that to say this. One late evening, she paid me a visit at the office. She warned me about Chauncey Bailey with only four words. Chauncey is a Roman Catholic. Whatever Chauncey Bailey was into was dangerous and clandestine far above my head. The Black Muslim Bakery Bay Brothers and Associate crackhead, Devonter Browsford, convicted of Chauncey Bailey's murder were only CIA MK Ultra, Monarch Black Manchurian candidate patsies. Nevertheless, let me say this clearly for the record. From what I personally observed before he was killed, Chauncey didn't show any signs of distress or concern about any threats against his life. He was the same old pompous and clandestine Chauncey that I never trusted. If Chauncey had defied his masters and spoke personally to me about any concerns that he had about anything, I would have listened. When he found some refuge in my office, I didn't turn him away even though I suspected that he intended to betray me. I left. If he would have called, we would have answered. We would have supported and surrounded him. But it was so far above our heads to see what was really going on. He was a Roman Catholic. Nevertheless, since the 1960s, we have always welcomed our misguided brothers and sisters to come back home, too. Far above our head, the Pizzagate arrest of Raymond Joseph Liddy, an absolutely shocking and striking piece of news almost escaped my note. Daily, I pay close attention to local, national and international news, but it wasn't widely reported. And it very well should have been an item of significant local and national concern and interest. On Tuesday, July 25, 2017, high-profile and powerful California Deputy Attorney General, AG, Raymond Joseph Liddy, 53 years old, had been arrested and charged in San Diego federal court with possessing child pornography at his Coronado home. 1. Liddy wasn't just an ordinary deputy AG of Kamala Harris. Behind the veil, Raymond Liddy had become an unseen Roman Catholic Republican power establishment, a raising bright shining white knight on a white horse within the AG office. Nationally, he had rose to a who's who of the deputy prosecuting AGs in America. Liddy is a tip of an iceberg of Pizzagate in America. Liddy's arrest and public exposure, at the very least, had absolutely nothing to do with President-elect Donald J. Trump, or H's U.S. AG Jeff Sessions. Starry Night, Courtney and Raymond Liddy, October 29, 2014. Supporters of Voices for Children arrived to a south of France-inspired soirée to their Starry Night gala that evoked the artistry of Van Gogh. Co-chairs of the event were sparkling with happiness, thanking guests in aiding Voices for Children's advocacy for San Diego's 5,000 foster children in court, schools and the community. 2. They are talking in code. The Cathar heresy that struck southern France in the 13th century, and which was viciously persecuted by the Church, remains a pool of interest and intrigue. What really happened, and what did they truly believe? Philip Coppens, 3. The Starry Night is an oil on canvas by the mad Dutch painter Vincent van Gogh. Painted in June 1889, it depicts the view from the east-facing window of his insane asylum room at Saint-Rémy-de-Provence, just before sunrise, with the addition of a village. 4. Saint Paul de Moselle, 12 miles northeast of Arles in southern France, was mentioned on several occasions by Nostradamus, who was born nearby and knew it a Roman Catholic Franciscan convent. 5. The solar Samhain arrives under a waning moon. Samhain, witches' ball and circle dance of the Druids, which occurs October 29th to 31st by our modern calendar, is the turning point of the Celtic year. Samhain is a Gaelic festival marking the end of the harvest season and the beginning of winter or the darker half of the year. 6. Samhain is believed to have Celtic pagan origins, and there is evidence it has been an important date since ancient times. The Mound of the Hostages, a Neolithic passage tomb at the Hill of Dara, is aligned with the Samhain sunrise. It is mentioned in some of the earliest Irish literature, and many important events in Irish mythology happen or begin on Samhain. It was the time when cattle were brought back down from the summer pastures and when livestock were slaughtered for the winter. As at Beltane, special bonfires were lit. These were deemed to have protective and cleansing powers, and there were rituals involving them. Like Beltane, Samhain was seen as a liminal time, when the boundary between this world and the other world could more easily be crossed. This meant the OC, the spirits or fairies, could more easily come into our world. 7. The bonfires were also used in divination rituals. In 18th century Ochtertyre, a ring of stones, one for each person, was laid round the fire, perhaps on a layer of ashes. Everyone then ran round it with a torch, exulting. In the morning, the stones were examined, and if any was mislaid, it was said that the person it represented would not live out the year. A similar custom was observed in North Wales and in Brittany. James Fraser says that this may come from an older custom of actually burning them, that is human sacrifice, or may have always been symbolic. 8. 3. Lucifer's Lodge, Roman Catholic Church and G. Gordon Liddy. The recent arrest of Liddy for child pornography is particularly interesting and at the very same, extremely troubling. Author William H. Kennedy wrote the important book that links Lucifer's Lodges, Catholic Church, Boston, Burlington Diocese, cult of pedophilia and Satanism to the Vatican and Roman Catholic churches. Don't get it twisted, it wasn't Catholic Church bashing. Kennedy was a lifelong dedicated Roman Catholic. I had no idea that he was dead. Kennedy said that the subject of his book came directly from the Boston, Burlington Diocese Chancery in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The diocese is a group of churches under one archbishop. Kennedy was able to access church chancery pedophilia records only after the then Roman Catholic Massachusetts AG Thomas Riley came to some settlement and agreement to open diocese files on a particular select category of pedophile priests. Kennedy believed that somebody in the chancery deliberately leaked files on priests in the category of pedophilia and Satanism among the opened files. Kennedy said that he recognized this particular category of files immediately, and produced the book, Lucifer's Lodge, Satanic Ritual Abuse in the Catholic Church, 2004. It appears that the book has become a rare collector's item. Kennedy, radio host of Sphinx Radio, said that his life had been threatened numerous times. And, he had been concerned. On August 14, 2013, William H. Teddy Kennedy, 49 years old, of Everett, Washington, was found suddenly dead in his home. He was a cousin of President John F. Kennedy, Senators Robert F. Kennedy, and his namesake Edward M. Teddy Kennedy. There were no indications of prior illness. It is also alleged that all four contributing researchers to Lucifer's Lodge are now dead. One of them, Alfred Kunz, was found murdered and his murder has never been solved. 9. In 2012, Kennedy and Philip Coppens were collaborating on a special joint investigative project involving Boston University, John Silber, South America, and transcendental meditation when Coppens also died suddenly. 10. Coppens was a frequent guest of the popular Aliens series on cable TV. An eulogy for Coppens, published in Intrepid's January print edition, included a quotation from Coppens' final post to his personal blog: "I was diagnosed with an extremely rare case of cancer, angiosarcoma, which affects less than 200 people in the U.S. each year. Each case is almost by default unique. And so I found that the man who normally studies anomalies has become a medical enigma as well." Roughly a fortnight later, Coppens suddenly died, December 30, 2012. 11. End of story. Not really. Ted had put Sphinx Radio on ice for some time while working on other projects. He had many extremely controversial guests on that program. Often he reopened topics and debates that had been quiet for several years. One of his guests, G. Gordon Liddy, said that Ted had brass balls for daring to broach the subjects he did. 12. 4. Child porn leaks and the arrest of Raymond Liddy. Raymond Joseph Liddy worked under former California AG, U.S. Senator Kamala Harris, 2011-2017. 13. Contrary to what some parties are alleging on YouTube and the Internet, President-elect Donald J. Trump and U.S. AG Jeff Sessions had little to anything at all to do with busting Liddy. The investigation of Liddy began after an electronic service provider sent a leak to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, in January 2017 that a user had uploaded an image that appeared to be child porn. About a month later, another service provider sent a similar leak to the organization reporting that a user had uploaded 10 such images via a messaging program. The leaks from service providers appeared to have deliberately bypassed direct referrals to local law enforcement agencies and the FBI. It certainly appears that they developed from experience a total lack of confidence in local law enforcement agencies to pursue crimes against children against the elite, rich and powerful San Diego high society, maybe the U.S. military or the CIA. Casablanca. Ray and G. Gordon Liddy, Scott Johnson, Casablanca, co-chaired by Mrs. Courtney Liddy, a black and white gala. What a party and what a theme. The magnificent outdoor courtyard at the Natural History Museum was filled with guests in black and white attire, with many of the men wearing the black top hats and sporting the black canes and many of the women waving the white flower wands, all given as favors as we entered. Jeffrey Strauss even outdid himself, catering an elegantly served Moroccan dinner as Casablanca, the movie, played over the head of the band. It was a truly great party. It may have been far too dangerous to go directly to the local law enforcement agencies and the FBI. The NCMEC is a private, non-profit organization established in 1984 by the U.S. Congress. Primarily funded by the Justice Department, the NCMEC normally acts as an information clearinghouse and resource for parents, children, law enforcement agencies, schools, and communities to assist in locating missing children and to raise public awareness about ways to prevent child abduction, child sexual abuse and child pornography. John Walsh, Noreen Ghosh, and others advocated establishing the center as a result of frustration stemming from a lack of resources and coordination between law enforcement and other government agencies. 14. NCMEC forwarded the leaks to the San Diego Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. Internet Crimes Against Children, ICAC, is a task force started by the U.S. Department of Justice's Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, OBS, in 1998. Its primary goals are to provide state and local law enforcement agencies the tools to prevent Internet crimes against children by encouraging multi-jurisdictional cooperation, as well as educating law enforcement agents, parents, and teachers. The aims of ICAC task forces are to catch distributors of child pornography on the Internet, whether delivered online or solicited online and distributed through other channels, and to catch sexual predators who solicit victims on the Internet through chat rooms, forums and other methods. Currently all 50 states participate in ICAC. 15. The investigation into the criminal child porn Internet activities of Liddy began on January 23, 2017. According to news, 2 FBI agents and a task force officer finally interviewed Liddy at his home 6 months later in July. Liddy admitted to using Internet services by the first provider and the screen name associated with the second provider, as well as other linked email addresses, according to the complaint. He said he used the screen name and other aliases to share sexual fantasies online. With whom? The criminal complaint stated that he told law enforcement that he often downloaded sexual images but deleted them shortly after. Liddy said he might have forwarded some of the images before deleting them, the document says. To whom? Liddy further explained that most of the images were of adults, but that it is possible some may have been of children, the complaint states. Investigators then served a search warrant on his home and found numerous photographs on a computer and thumb drive of minors engaged in sexual conduct, the complaint states. One image was of a nude girl blindfolded with her hands bound together, the document says. 16. It looks as though they packaged a case for Liddy from beginning to end to make him out as just a lone nut closet pedophile that needs a little psychiatric counseling and intervention in his life. The results of the 6 months law enforcement agency's investigation of Liddy isn't discussed, and I suspect that all his Internet pedophile links have had enough time to disappear. It doesn't appear that the Drumpf/Sessions Justice Department will pursue Liddy as a part of a larger inner circle of elite child pornographers and pedophiles, even though there appears to be substantial grounds to do so, or cover it up. U.S. Marine Major Raymond Liddy and CIA Gordon Liddy. Raymond Joseph Liddy is the son of one of Nixon's fanatic German descendants of the White House, W.H. Nazi Berlin Wall, and a member of the infamous W.H. Plumbers, George Gordon Battle Liddy G. Gordon Liddy. He is very scary and clandestine. G. Gordon Liddy is still one of the most frightening, demonstrative, demonic, dangerous and twisted men in American history alive in America, today. He will conjure up heaven, hell and the devil to protect his son. V. The fanatical CIA Nazi Roman Catholic, G. Gordon Liddy. The Führer Adolf Hitler was G. Gordon Liddy's first political hero. Liddy was made to salute the Stars and Stripes Nazi style by the nuns at his school, even now, he admits. At assemblies where the national anthem is played, I must suppress the urge to snap out my right arm. His beloved Nazi nanny taught him that Hitler had, through sheer willpower, dragged Germany from weakness to strength. 17. When he listened to Hitler on the shortwave radio, it made me feel a strength inside I had never known before, he explains. Hitler's sheer animal confidence and power of will entranced me. He sent an electric current through my body. He describes seeing the Nazis' doomed technological marvel the Hindenburg flying over New Jersey as an almost religious experience. Ecstatic, I drank in its colossal power and felt myself grow. Fear evaporated and in its place came a sense of personal might and power. 18. Liddy was a pagan like his idols and heroes, Himmler and the SS. He loved and worshipped Lucifer's sons, the Teutonic SS Knights of the Black Sunday. 19. The Roman Catholic Order of Brothers of the German House of St. Mary in Jerusalem evolved out of the Knights Templar. They also revered the Templars' idol the Baphomet, devil with the head of a goat. Liddy is a notorious member of America's shadow government. According to Liddy, the ability for the government to keep government activities secret is an essential function of government, according to Plato, who in Republic, wrote that the public is often unqualified, or incapable, of carrying out or comprehending the responsibilities of government. 20. Plato and Hindu Kamala Harris. 1. God Lucifer, God Set, G. Gordon Liddy believes and practice occult mysticism, Kabbalah, and Neoplatonism. The most valuable course I took at Fordham was logic, part of the required program. It honed the mind and thinking process along mathematical lines and prepared us for the Neoplatonic study of Aristotle and St. Thomas Aquinas. 21. St. Thomas Aquinas was the spiritual child of the pseudo-Dionysius. It's important to note that in the occult tradition is Albertus Magnus, both scholastic and magician, studied in Arab schools and inspired St. Thomas Aquinas. Magnus and Aquinas are associated with secret occult societies such as the Rosicrucians as transmitters of a secret doctrine, the hidden and mysterious teaching, Kabbalah Rosicrucian magic, of the Great White Brotherhood, hierarchy of adepts, the Great White Lodge, the secret chiefs, the Great White Brotherhood, the masters, or the people of the secret. 22, 23, 24. The dangerous fanatic Nazi Liddy was educated privately by the Roman Catholic Order of Benedictines and Jesuits. 25. He is a Luciferian master Freemason of the Scottish Rite. Liddy, G. Gordon, born November 30, 1930, former U.S. Army officer during Korea, former special agent.
So perhaps somebody can tell me what these fucking weird drawings mean.
Of the FBI, lawyer, prosecutor, licensed private pilot, actor in TV shows Perry Mason, Miami Vice and Airwolf, recently retired radio broadcaster, noted for his role in Watergate. Sentence commuted by President Jimmy Carter, Bro. Liddy later joined and is life member of Deadwood Lodge No. 7 in Deadwood, South Dakota, the Scottish Rite, 32 Degrees, and Naja Shriners. 26. Naja comes the serpent wise as the serpent. 27. On June 17, 1972, 5 burglars were arrested at the Watergate offices of the Democratic National Committee. They were charged with attempted burglary and attempted interception of telephone and other communications. On September 15, 1972, G. Gordon Liddy was one of the burglars indicted by a grand jury along with the truly dark CIA figure, E. Howard Hunt. 6 out of 7 of the burglars were found to be CIA agents or contractors. Liddy is alleged to have been the only non-CIA agent or contractor on the job, which makes no sense at all. He planned and organized the CIA Watergate secret mission. Liddy was as dark CIA as E. Howard Hunt. 28. In 1992, G. Gordon Liddy enrolled with the Israeli Defense Force Paratroop School at Tel November, qualified for, and was awarded his wings. In October 2001, he requalified, and has made 3 additional jumps with the elite IDF Parachute Regiment. In January 2003, he was granted the honor of leading the stick-out of the aircraft, having visited Israel 5 times, as well as Egypt, Turkey, Kuwait, and Iraq. In March 2006, Liddy hit the ground with Pentagon officials in Iraq and Kuwait, spending 2 weeks on the battle lines with U.S. military. 29. On April 10, 2006, Fox News interviewed G. Gordon Liddy, who boasted that Iraqi mobile chemical biological warfare truck existed, and his son Major Raymond Liddy of the 23rd Marines, 2nd Battalion, discovered one less than a block from the UN in New York. It was a big lie. 30. Rafid Ahmed Alwan al-Jainabi, who fled Iraq in 1995, confessed that he made up the stories of mobile bioweapons trucks and clandestine factories in Iraq in an attempt to bring down Saddam Hussein's regime. Mr. al-Jainabi initially spoke to the German Secret Service, the BND, but the information was passed to the CIA and was eventually included in a notorious 2003 speech at the United Nations by Colin Powell, then U.S. Secretary of State. 31. 2nd Battalion, 23rd Marines, 223, is a reserve infantry battalion in the U.S. Marine Corps located throughout the western United States, consisting of approximately 1,000 Marines and sailors. 223 provide trained combat personnel and units to augment and reinforce the active component in time of war, national emergency, and at other times as national security requires. 32. Liddy's very presence says a great deal in the history of William H. Kennedy, and Lucifer's Lodge.
So I'm thinking about it, that's a picture we saw about the CIA. What will be the reaction, of the alt-right basically to these websites, Disappearing Stormfront and Daily Stormer and Zion Crime Factory, etc. Could they have done this to evoke a reaction from the alt-right? This is a question basically. And why?
Gordon Liddy is an authentically dangerous man. Back in the 1970s, he was the Nixon's fanatic Nazi campaign operative who proposed firebombing the Brookings Institution, murdering the news columnist Jack Anderson, and hiring yachts as floating brothels for the purposes of blackmailing delegates to the Democratic National Convention. And he did all this from inside the executive branch, the highest elected office of the U.S. government. Even Nixon's felonious Attorney General, John Mitchell, thought Liddy was a lunatic. It is more than likely, Raymond Joseph is a clandestine multi-generational CIA agent walking in the shoes of his daddy. He also appears that he is a sick initiate of the CIMK Ultra, Monarch Occult Bureau, and a powerful elite satanic pedophile ring. Vi. Kamala Harris, pedophile priests let U.S. pray. Kamala Harris, aka Boole and the Women of the Rings of Katesh, California's former AG. Kamala Harris is Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, Boole. 33, their patron goddess is Katesh. She was a complicated ancient Kemetic fertility goddess of beauty that may have originated in Kush and spread with its colonies into the land of Canaan. However, we shall not be talking about her Kemetic nature within an American Greek secret society. 34. Cleopatra 7 and Ring of Katesh. The nature of the Greek aka sorority Katesh is to be found in the secret society Women of the Rings of Katesh during the reign of Cleopatra 7. They are noted as saying, "We walk in the dark places no one else will enter." 35. In their Greek nature, they are the sacred whores and prostitutes that protect the monarchy and kingdom. The secret society was a power base protecting the regent of Egypt against plots to take her throne. Cleopatra knew that there were whispers and intrigue and attempted plots against her and her court. The women of the Rings of Katesh were ordered to sleep with the dissenters and find out their secrets. Cleopatra was reported to say, what better way to block an attempted conspiracy than from the whispers associated with scented pillows. 36. After the death of Cleopatra and the fall of the Egyptian Empire, the Keepers of the Rings of Katesh sponsored a group of the strongest and bravest noblemen and named them Men of Romance. The group then left Egypt and spread out to the new empires of Greece and Rome. The Men of Romance dedicated their lives to protecting kings and queens, poets and painters throughout history. Two of the famous men they protected were Alexander the Great and the painter Michelangelo. Most interestingly, it had also been rumored that Robin Hood and his merry men were members of the Men of Romance, protecting King Richard's land of England. 37. Kamala Harris, pact with the devil and Roman Catholic pedophile priests. Kamala Harris started her political career as the sex handmaiden of powerful, corrupt, and demonic San Francisco politician, Willie Brown. 38. Cardinal William Levada and San Francisco MK-Ultra-Trans Kamala Harris. In 2010, SF Weekly's attempts to obtain her office's files on Roman Catholic clergy abuse under the State Public Records Act suggested San Francisco DA Kamala Harris favored deliberate concealment over transparency. The records at issue may have answered questions of great public concern. What did senior Catholic officials know, and what did they do behind the scenes, while priests accused of molesting children were shielded from punishment? Pope Benedict XVI and Cardinal Levada. Cardinal William Levada was Archbishop of the San Francisco Diocese until 2005. He became a top Vatican official and the Holy See's most prominent defender of Pope Benedict XVI against allegations that the pontiff had failed to adequately deal with pedophile priests. In San Francisco, Levada was known as a key architect of the Church's practice of keeping abuse allegations secret, protecting abusive priests, and punishing church whistleblowers. During the 1990s and 2000s, Levada helped keep allegations against pedophile priests shrouded in secrecy. 39. DA Harris possessed San Francisco Archdiocese files containing details of how the church dealt with pedophile priests that go back as far as 80 years, but Harris rebuffed reporters' efforts to view those files, despite statements by former DA Terrence Hallinan saying they should be released. SF Weekly asked Harris' office over and over again to comply with the request under the California Public Records Act, but she ardently refused to release anything as if she had a blanket secrecy privilege, and a pact with the devil. Kamala Harris protected the Roman Catholic Church's pedophile priests, pedophile rings, and Vatican's Ninth Satanic Circle. 40. In 2011, the Pope Benedict XVI and top Vatican cardinals of the Ninth Satanic Circle had been accused of possible crimes against humanity for sheltering pedophile Catholic priests. Informal complaints to the International Criminal Court. The complaint names Pope Benedict XVI, partly in his former role as leader of the Vatican's Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, which in 2001 explicitly gained responsibility for overseeing abuse cases. Cardinal William Levada, who now led that office, Cardinal Angelo Sodano, the Vatican Secretary of State under Pope John Paul II, and Cardinal Tarcisio Bertone, who held that post. Lawyers for the victims say rape, sexual violence and torture are considered a crime against humanity as described in the international treaty that spells out the court's mandate. The complaint also accuses Vatican officials of creating policies that perpetuated the damage, constituting an attack against a civilian population. The Medici family is a dynasty of the devil and daemon worshippers and masters. They have been master conjurers, sorcerers and alchemists throughout the generations. They have been high priests and priestesses of secret murder cults, ritual sacrifice of children and of the Black Mass. Madame Serpent Catherine de' Medici. Madame Serpent Catherine de' Medici, 1519–1559, was an infamous Black Mass witch that sacrificed children. It is reported that she had an innocent young child dressed in white prepared to receive the Holy Communion, and then had her sorcerer chop off his head. The bleeding head was placed on a black host and both placed it on an altar with burning lights. Her sorcerer recited incantations and demanded that the devil speak through the lips of the severed head. The ritual was performed to save the dying King of France, Charles IX. He died anyway. The son of Catherine de' Medici, Henri de Valois, continued the practice of ritual satanic sacrifices of children, magic and the Black Mass in the turrets of his castle in the Bois de Vincennes, Paris. After he died, a whole collection of Black Mass and black magic items were discovered. There were 2 silver satyrs turning their backs on the cross and with large crystal bowls behind them. These were used for potions, drugs, libations. There was also the dressed skin of a child, black candles, and other weird objects used law sorcery. 7. Cosimo I de' Medici, 1519–1574, first
I'd like to say that people can check my previous broadcasts for more information about stuff the NSA has been blocking. Articles, I've written thousands of articles, and some of my best work was erased. They also have techniques for that, basically. If it's on autosave, then some stuff can disappear. If it's automatically saved, and you don't want that, basically. So now I usually keep backups of articles. That's a good idea. But some articles have become unreadable, though they are like 300 kilobytes or bigger. They are totally blank, basically. So I don't know how they do that and stuff. So other people have also commented on my videos that they've been unsubscribed from my channel, etc. And it's happening globally, basically. I've never been alt-right, and I've never had any Nazi sympathies, basically. I've been more alt-left, socialist minded. I've studied sociaal-juridische dienstverlening at the Droogbak 1A in Amsterdam, which is basically social law, social studies with a law element. And it is possible that this blocking and cutting off of broadcasts is done by Nazis that want me to believe that Jews are doing it, or that Jews are doing it. But it's most likely that it's done by the Jesuits and Masons depopulating the earth, against whom I've attempted to press charges. And that started under former President Bush, basically. And the torturer speaks Dutch, so it can be a neural network or a person that speaks Dutch. It speaks all languages, neural network, so it is most likely to speak your local language. And if Merkel says like this, it doesn't mean that I cannot keep my hands like this. Sometimes I just sit whatever way I like best, and sometimes I want to feel my heartbeat pounding, basically. Okay. So my point was, for more about the topic that is the title of this video, you can watch my previous broadcast. I've been thinking perhaps I should talk a little bit more about blocking. It started also with 666 appearing on the taskbar. That was a much older version of Windows that I was using. Mosquitoes, insects are another method they can use to make people appear insane, because they remotely control them. For example, DARPA's nanofly modeled after the lowly blowfly, etc. And that usually goes accompanied with directed energy weapon torture. At the moment they're still hurting my spine. Perhaps I should sit straighter up. But it's about blocking these broadcasts. I have a new cheap ring of eBay. It's pretty cool. With the little fucking pentagrams on it. You can't really see it on the camera, but they're sort of lifted out of the ring. So that's pretty cool. But this one is cooler with my red t-shirt. It's rubelite. So it's a real crystal. It's not really totally round. But perhaps it's not supposed to be totally round. Blocking, what was the title of this broadcast again? NSA MI5 blocking broadcasts. Well, I've heard that MI5 is even higher up the ladder than NSA, basically. But when studying synthetic telepathy, also the case of Sinclair Acquay versus the NSA, that's all NSA, NSA, NSA. The Satanic Ritual Abuse, SRA. So MI5 is accused rarely, basically. I'd have to check online. And I don't know if they have synthetic telepathy capability and stuff like that. These directed energy torture weapons. And if they have it, then perhaps they deny it, basically. OBS disconnected, internet connection not working from time to time. Right, open broadcaster software. Well, it has been working all this time, and the people doing this seem to be capable of making the internet connection malfunction. So it's not just OBS that's blocked, but the whole internet connection is not functioning every time that happens. So the question is how they do that. Could it be a DDoS attack or some other hacker attack? I think it could be because they've also hacked my anti-human culling and depopulation Facebook page. Though the pro-human culling and depopulation Facebook page has not been hacked. So I made a new one, and I could put more stuff online, but I think broadcasting may be better, so I just need more viewers to get the snowball rolling, to get the information across to as many people as possible, because this is stuff they really don't want you to know, that everybody should know about in reality, that I usually cover. This broadcast has turned into an extremely long blog, mindcontrolblackassassin's.com. To check it, they may also have some interesting info on it, but so far it may have been rather boring. There's something about Trump coming up, so let's read on, and then I can think more what else they've done to block broadcasts and illegally interfere with evidence, because it's punishable, and it's a severe crime, punishable under American law and international law. One thing that is clear about it is that it's very hard to prove. If they have wireless energy and they're using that to change the ones and zeros on your hard disk, then who can ever prove that, and how would you prove such a thing, basically? It's clear that they have wireless energy. The scientists do not deny the existence of wireless energy of Nikola Tesla, which is a misleading title, because with wireless energy many people think of wireless devices, but it's not the same type of energy. Those are cancer microwaves, cancer cell phone radiation, and scalar waves. Wireless energy is a different ballgame. Some types of scalar waves travel faster than the speed of light, and these waves travel through all materials known to man. Under FIPA array, scalar waves basically come from over there, and they come through the Earth. So I don't believe all the BS about bouncing signals of the Earth's ionosphere and all that. I think it's all controlled position, total bullshit, basically, so that they can claim people are insane and put them away in insane asylums. And electroshock continues to this day. They call it ECT therapy, electroconvulsive therapy. And that should be stopped, because it is clear that ECT always causes the victim's brain damage and increases their suicide risk. And lowering the suicide risk is usually the argument they use to give people electroconvulsive therapy. Which I think goes in a combination with chemical, cancer-causing prescription drugs, etc. And the goal is depopulating the Earth. So that's a satanic inversion. They pretend that it does the opposite of what it does in reality. And the other thing associated with that is the false memory syndrome foundation. The satanic pedophiles basically have a foundation the pedo elite uses to claim of children that claim that they were abused, that it's a false memory, that the children have the mental problem and not their father or the abuser. That's what I've read about it. Also, satanic ritual abuse, it's just one piece of information in a total global pool of information that describes this reality, basically. So the truth defines reality. That's why they cannot get rid of it. They cannot get rid of the truth. So I'm not claiming that everything that is read out is the truth. I haven't read it yet myself, so I cannot know. And I have been away for a while, so I'd first have to listen to it for a while to see who would write such a thing and why, and what their message is that they're trying to bring across.
Grand Duke of Tuscany found his own secret knight order, the Order of Saint Stephen, official, Sacro Militare Ordine di Santo Stefano Papa e Martiri, Holy Military Order of Saint Stephen Pope and Martyr, is a Roman Catholic Tuscan dynastic military order founded in 1561.
Universal
the order
now.
is a model of the Order of Knights of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem, also known as the Order of St. John, Order of Hospitalers, Knights Hospitaller, Knights Hospitalier or Hospitalers Knights Templar. 8. New information suggests that there is a centralized command center at the top of the elitist organization known as the Council. The membership of this council is determined by bloodlines, and only 13 families on the planet are considered eligible for membership. 9. It has been claimed that researchers have discovered who the council is comprised of. Membership of the top level of control in the secret organization is restricted to the 13 most powerful and influential families in the world. It is believed that these families think that they are entitled to rule the entire world as they are the direct descendants of ancient gods. The families in question have been identified as the Rothschild family, the Bruce family, the Kennedys, the Medici family, the House of Hanover, the House of Habsburg, the Krupp.
So one of the main things they don't want you to know is basically that they're depopulating you, 93% chance, because they want to get rid of 93% of the world's global population, and they don't want to be exposed. But I think that has slowly changed. They've learned that with the directed energy weapons they can remotely torture and kill people. So there is no real danger, and the question is why they let me live, why I'm still alive, and why you all are still alive, though they wanted to depopulate it before the year 2000. They wanted to depopulate before the year 2000, Global 2000 report, etc. makes it clear as well.
Family, the House of Plantagenet, the Rockefeller family, the House of Romanov, the Sinclair family, the Warburg family and the House of Windsor. 10. It is believed that there are millions of members of the Illuminati operating all over the world, many of whom are in positions of incredible power and influence. Various politicians, CEOs, bankers and even Hollywood celebrities have been suspected of membership of the organization over the years. These people essentially comprise what it is referred to as the top 1% of the population. They are groomed and rewarded handsomely by the Council for their efforts in securing the goals of the secret society. However, the inner workings of the Illuminati are almost as inscrutable to the common membership as it is to the outside world. They are not privy to the so-called master plan that their leaders hope will eventually lead to world domination, and they do not even know who sits on the council. 11. In the Mooch and his badass and foul-mouth vulgarity like Judge Janine was a globally televised daily neon sign with a parade of a 1,000,000-member marching band on the road down a rabbit hole as big as the state of Texas that leads only one way to the Illuminati, and Dandy's 9 gates of hell, allegedly. President-elect Drumpf, and the new WH Chief of Staff, John Francis Kelly, fired Mooch, and had him escorted off WH grounds. WH spokeswoman Sarah Sanders told reporters after his dismissal, "The president certainly felt that Anthony's comments were inappropriate for a person in that position." 12. That certainly isn't the truth. Because in the days leading up to Mooch being fired, it had been widely reported that Drumpf loved the utter vulgarity of his new badass foul-mouthed communications director. 13. It was the council, Bilderbergers, CFR and the Illuminati that removed Mooch from the global spotlight. Mooch was asked about his future. He said, "I am now going to go dark, then I will re-emerge as me." Stephen Bannon, "Darkness is good." Dick Cheney, "Darth Vader, Satan, that's power. It only helps us when they get it wrong, when they're blind to who we are and what we're doing." Pseudo-Roman Catholic Bishop John Francis Kelly and code number 99. The prefix pseudo, from Greek pseuds, lying, false, is used to mark something that superficially appears to be, or behaves like, one thing, but is something else. A Boston native raised in an Irish Roman Catholic family. 4-star General John Francis Kelly served in the Marines and commanded troops in Iraq before heading up the U.S. Southern Command, from which he retired early last year. On December 7, 2016, Drumpf nominated General Kelly to head the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, a cabinet-level position. 14. Pseudo-Bishop Kelly and Catholic Church, WH Communications Bureau, Drumpf replaced Chief of Staff, Reinhold Richard Rienspriebus, with General Kelly. The WH Communications Bureau is now in the hands of General Kelly and the Roman Catholic Church. He doesn't speak truth to power as he has told Congress. General Kelly is a Drumpf fanatic loyalist, enabler, and part of Drumpf's WH Dark Empire. The man is a tin solider that works for one man only, Donald J. Drumpf, the U.S. Commander and Chief of the Armed Forces. Kelly's son, First Lieutenant Michael Kelly, served in the Marines in Afghanistan and was killed by a landmine in 2010. According to emails published in the Washington Post, Kelly said he had turned to his Roman Catholic faith for support as a worried father. "We are doing a novena a minute down here, and there is no end in sight," Kelly said in one message to family members. "Pray, pray, pray, he's such a good boy." And Marine, he told his older sister in another email. 15. The people of Drumpf's Dark Empire speak in riddles and codes. Novena is a keystone code word from Latin, novem, 9, 9. 16. The novena has its roots in the Greek and Roman pagan.
Probably they mean another Kelly.
Religious practice of spending 9 days in mourning following a death. Early converts to Christianity translated that tradition into 9 days of prayer, drawing on the 9 days that the Virgin Mary and the Apostles prayed in the upper room between Christ's ascension and the descent of the Holy Spirit at Pentecost. 17. Novena, 9, is a ritual that has its origins in Greece. If it comes out of Greece, it is a pagan ritual. Saint Augustine, Alcuin, Amal Arius, Durandus, say that there is paganism and superstition in this custom. The pagans deplored their dead for 9 days, and on the 9th day collected their ashes and committed them to the tomb. 18.
So, all religious people are really insane, but most of them not to the point that they need to be hospitalized and forcibly drugged and electroshocked. And I'm convinced that great Christians exist that really do to others as they would like others to do unto them, etc. So I'm anti-religion, I'm not anti-religious people. I was raised Christian, baptized, etc. So I know religion is an abomination, especially the Catholic religion with the Inquisition and torture devices, etc., which I've covered in my previous broadcasts. And I like that part in South Park. I don't know any R. Kelly songs, but the South Park video exposing the what's their name again? Scientologists. It's called What Scientology Really Believes and stuff. That's a really cool South Park episode to watch. Perhaps the best South Park and most famous South Park episode exposing what Scientologists really believe. So some of these Scientologists have to pay loads of money to get that information that you can get in that broadcast of South Park. Oh yeah, so let's move to this. I don't know, I didn't find it that interesting, the thing, so I turned it off. And this is the video, A Groovy Plan for White Genocide on YouTube. So let's review this then, if it's what I think the alt-right. And I bet they don't give you the information that I've provided about the 6 Jews that want to depopulate Earth, so it may be another controlled opposition thing.
In 1967, Procol Harum recorded this video for their classic song, A Whiter Shade of Pale. The song is a beautiful piece of work, the video somewhat amateurish and clumsy, but no less endearing for that. The video is also an important historical document that offers a glimpse into what London looked like during the so-called Summer of Love. As you will see, just 50 years ago, London was an overwhelmingly white city. It was a British city. It was a city whose ethnic transformation had only just begun. Over tradition, family and blood have shown just how quickly a nation can be damaged if you undermine its identity and will to survive. In a very real sense, London is not even a part of the UK anymore. 6 years ago, comedian John Cleese caused outrage by claiming that London was no longer an English city. Ironically, the very next year, white Brits officially became a minority in their own capital city. English, or any other Western nationality, cannot exist without white native people. Would Japan be Japan if it were populated exclusively by white people who simply called themselves Japanese? The very question is absurd. Turn the water, shade of fair. Just as those Brits in the Summer of Love thought their capital city would always be British, the white Brits of today are telling themselves the same thing about their entire country. White Westerners are telling themselves the same thing about their civilization. But have no doubt that the ethnic displacement witnessed in London is going to occur throughout the UK and the entire Western world if we nationalists do not rise and put a stop to it. There will simply be no home for white people. We know from the writings of the revered and influential globalist and EU architect Richard Nicholas Igiro, Count of Coudenhove-Kalergi, that the plan has long been to destroy Europe by replacing and mixing its native populations. In his 1925 book, Practical Idealism, Coudenhove-Kalergi states, and I quote, "The man of the future will be of mixed race. Today's races and classes will gradually disappear owing to the vanishing of space, time, and prejudice. The Eurasian Negroid race of the future, similar in its appearance to the ancient Egyptians, will replace the diversity of peoples with a diversity of individuals." Instead of destroying European Jewry, Europe, against its own will, refined and educated this people into a future leader nation through this artificial selection process. No wonder that this people that escaped ghetto prison developed into a spiritual nobility of Europe. Therefore, a gracious providence provided Europe with a new race of nobility by the grace of spirit. This happened at the moment when Europe's feudal aristocracy became dilapidated, and thanks to Jewish emancipation." Unquote. The last part of this quote about the intended future leadership role in Europe for a Jewish elite chimes perfectly with the words of one Barbara Lerner Spector, a leader of an NGO in Sweden. Have a look at this clip.
I think there's a resurgence of anti-Semitism because at this point in time, Europe has not yet learned how to be multicultural. And I think we're going to be part of the throes of that transformation, which must take place. Europe is not going to be the monolithic societies that they once were in the last century. Jews are going to be at the center of that. It's a huge transformation for Europe to make. They are now going into a multicultural mode, and Jews will be resented because of our leading role. But without that leading role and without that transformation, Europe will not survive.
Whatever your thoughts on the role of Jews in globalism, this evidence surely has to be worthy of consideration, particularly when you see how this plan seems to be coming to fruition. Civic nationalists, aka the alt-light, tell themselves that demographic displacement doesn't matter because the West will continue without us. But we know better than that. We know what has happened to South Africa since the whites lost power, and what happened to Zimbabwe when the government declared war on the white farmers who fed their nation. If we allow ourselves to become minorities in our own lands, the same fate awaits us. Don't let the happy-clappy liberals convince you that everything's going to be okay. Without whites as the significant majority, it will not be business as usual. The same happy-clappy liberals were saying the same thing in 1967 about London, and now look at the crime, the ghettos, the no-go areas, the gangs, the riots, the acid attacks. the racial tension that permanently hangs in the air. London is the perfect example of what is planned for the entire West. There it sits. It's irrefutable. And now is the time to choose whether this is the future you want for you and your children. Until next time, be well.
Well, interesting video. I think that the Margaret Singer part came out pretty well.
Point.
Barbara Lerner Spector, founding director, Paideia Stockholm. Ah, okay. Yeah, because I think Margaret Singer had a Jewish husband, not. So this is another person, basically. So many people seem to like this video, if we trust the YouTube counter here. I didn't find it that good, basically. It's, let's see if Mr. Wu has some more information for us all. Well, I saw a thumbnail here. Zionist lies about World War II history. So then I'll review this video. And the question is also if it matters. You also have Evalian, a Jewish Nazi girl, or now she turned communist or whatever, and these videos were banned by YouTube. I thought they were pretty interesting anyway. So the question I've been wondering, is Brian Wu Jewish or not? And would it matter if it was controlled opposition and if these are Jewish people that pretend to be anti-Semitic or whatever? What do you all think? That let me know in the comments, and perhaps you can Skype me or subscribe to my channel for new videos regularly, lately.
Talking about the real Hitler, I think Hitler was a man who said that what he wanted to do was to create a social state of the highest culture. This is what he was doing. And when the war began, he said, every year of this war robs me of that effort. So think back to the time, 1938, 1939, things were going fine in Germany. They were at peace. In 1938, a Jewish woman
so he seems to suffer from some kind of condition, but lately it's going better, and I was wondering if that's done with directed energy weapons. And that is possible, of course, and if everybody's brain controlled and everybody can deny it, but it's still true, blah blah, etc.
Nominated Adolf Hitler for the Nobel Peace Prize because he was bringing the other German countries, people from neighboring countries together without having a war. So things are going nice. So if we could not take an alternate universe reality, but if we could just imagine some things, if it had gone differently, what would have happened if the Zionist allies hadn't decided to destroy Hitler? To destroy, as Churchill said, the purpose of this war is not to stop Nazism, it's not to stop Hitler, but to break the back of the German people, to smash the German economy. So this is what Churchill's goal was. They didn't want Germany to be better than them. They were jealous of the economic success of Germany. That jealousy was part of Churchill and his group called the Focus, their desire to smash Germany. And Churchill in Canada moment in 1947 said this to President Truman. He said, well, it's not just a war to stop Hitler, but it's also about sales and marketing. But that's a smaller part of it. In the bigger picture, like my other video I made with Greg about the banking system, our debt-based slave currency banking system with the Federal Reserve couldn't tolerate a more free banking system, debt-free currency system of the Germans, so they just had to stop it. So really one of my advisors says the Nazis really had no chance, Hitler no chance. The Zionists were big enough. Even if Hitler had conquered Russia, which he could have done maybe by not turning back after they were close to the gates of Moscow, the Zionists would have invented the nuclear bomb in the United States. They would have probably defeated him anyways. But just to talk about what could have happened since 1939, Adolf Hitler stated that he had retirement plans. He was planning to retire some town, I forget the name of the town, and he wanted to have an art museum there. So you can imagine Adolf Hitler retiring, turning his 1,000-year Reich over to his deputy Führer Rudolf Hess or whoever, and letting the 1,000-year Reich continue. When I first read this, I thought, we don't think about Hitler retiring, because we always think about a war to the death, to the end. But if the Zionists hadn't destroyed Nazi Germany, be more polite, National Socialist Germany, Hitler could have retired. Although David Irving points out that he saw the medical records for Hitler, and Hitler had a weak heart. He may have only lived a few more years anyways, so he might have not lived to retire. But just think that peaceful idea, the growth of Germany, the inspiration, the economic innovation, like about 300,000 patents from Germany were stolen by the Americans, another 300,000 patents were stolen by the Soviet Union. So the tremendous engineering growth, brilliance of the German people, imagine that peacefully growing. Adolf Hitler said that he wanted to secure enough food for his people because the British caused a lot of starvation. About 800,000 Germans died, and Churchill was part of this after World War I because the British and Allies deliberately blocked off the shipment of food to Germany to allow 800,000 Germans to starve to death. So this is part of Hitler's motivation to want to feed his people. So he wanted to secure land in the Ukraine for farming to feed his people. But we'll never know whether he would have accomplished this through diplomatic means, an economic arrangement, or war. I wouldn't assume that he would just do it through war. This is the real National Socialism, the real Adolf Hitler. It was reasonable. He was one of the greatest statesmen of our age. In 1936, Winston Churchill said, Adolf Hitler is one of the greatest leaders of our age. So he was an excellent statesman. So things would have gone well in Europe, certainly much better than they did go, with 25 million dead in Europe. So hold that thought. If the Zionists hadn't destroyed war, if the Zionists hadn't started the war against Germany, Germany didn't have to have a war with Poland. Diplomacy could have avoided war with Poland. Even with the war in Poland, September 3rd, 1939, Hitler made great diplomatic efforts to end the conflict at that time. There would not have been a World War II over that. It wasn't necessary. So carrying on with this peaceful version of what could have happened, contemplate yourself, think about it. See if I got any other ideas coming through here.
Well, basically I've heard that Israel would not have existed without Hitler. The idea to give the Jewish people a country of their own, basically, was from him, supposedly. I don't know if this is true, I still have to verify that. And the other thing is that Hitler invented the Olympic torch, basically. So then the question is, is it true that without Hitler, Israel would not have existed, or not?
Well, I think more countries would have joined Germany. As you know, Austria joined in March 1938. They had about 20% unemployment at the time, and within 2 years, they're down to almost 0% unemployment. So economically, probably more European nations and others would have wanted to align themselves more with Germany, particularly with Germany's debt-free currency. So that would have grown. And the venomousness of the German people would have grown. Particularly, what's kind of magical is National Socialist Germany's attainment of flying saucer technology. That there's Zero Point Energy is one book that describes this. That they designed flying saucers. It was probably done. Of course, a lot of this is what I'm saying is uncertain, right? I'm not certain about this, but they had a great channeler named Maria Orsek. She would channel to the Aldebaran star system about 80 light years from here and channel down from the aliens designs for flying saucers. So the National Socialists may have actually designed them and built them and flown them. There's quite a bit of interest in Antarctica. Admiral Byrd went down there in 1947. It seems to put down the Nazis. He had American Navy had about 8,000 soldiers with them, many planes. Why would they do this? They claimed it was for a scientific expedition. 8,000 soldiers. And some reports said they saw flying saucers. They got attacked. They turned back. Admiral Byrd was asked not to discuss this, keep it secret. And his diary has never been released to the world to this day. So it's not a joke. It sounds fictitious. But Google it, YouTube, read books on Admiral Byrd, 1947. As the story goes, some people feel that the Nazis, when they were losing the war, they went down to Antarctica, started a colony there, perhaps underground. I doubt it. It's pretty far out. I can't say I believe it. Maybe it's possible. I doubt it, but I don't need to get into that here, because all these theories, all these concepts, you can just look at elsewhere on YouTube. I sound like an advertising campaign. I sound like a YouTube partner. Or Google it. You can find this information. I'm just pointing these things out. So the point I'm making about flying saucers, Adolf Hitler was bringing freedom to the people. His idea of National Socialism was to benefit the people. The government benefits the people. The leader, Adolf Hitler, was benefiting his people. Isn't that nice? Isn't that refreshing? Do we have that in the West today? No.
I heard, and I also saw on some Holocaust Museum website, that they also were rounding up gypsies and colored people and homosexuals and mentally impaired, and he wanted to create a sort of super race. And that is now what many people are against, and they were against it back then as well, perhaps. Also, I'm against war, I'm against homophobia, I'm against racism. And I'm against anti-Semitism, unless you can prove that all Jewish people are involved in depopulating the earth, and I've argued that's impossible, because when children are born they cannot speak yet, they cannot be depopulating earth. But of course you have the voice of God weapon, etc. And if that helps them, then they might all serve that, basically. If it's a neural network, human neural capacity is very limited. And about saucers, well, I think that they have these saucers, flying saucers in Antarctica, so they're not aliens. and you can also see that on Google Earth, basically, these entrances. And this may be the reason that they have made Antarctica forbidden territory for people without a license. It's only for scientists, accessible to scientists that have a permit to travel to Antarctica now, for as far as I've heard. So perhaps that's also, they're trying to cover that up with their flat earth lie, basically. But these flat earthers can be telling the truth about a lot of other things. And overlooking a bay, you can see the buildings on the other side of the water seem to be partially underwater because of the Earth's curvature. So it's easy to prove to yourself that the Earth is spherical. But they may not be able to bring the information and get that many views. For example, Eric Dubé, who also has made a video about YouTube removing subscribers from his channel. And the question is, if we could sue YouTube, for example, perhaps with a group of people that help to expose it and do something about it.
We have a Zionist system with the Federal Reserve, basically designed to suck the money out of us, suck the blood. The Zionists are almost like energetic parasites. I think of them that way. Energetic parasites, energetic leeches, not just sucking our money, but psychologically sucking us. So we have a government now in the West with Israel, London, England is kind of this hub center, America, Canada, Western Europe, and such, controlled by a Zionist force that's basically draining us, trying to harm us. So the opposite of that was National Socialism Germany, where Adolf Hitler and his government were actually benefiting the people, plus they had the intention to benefit the people.
Well, all I can say in relation to that is that Jesuits were also founded by a Jew, Loyola, crypto Jew. And I'd have to check the Freemasons, basically. So arrest all Freemasons and committee of 300 members, and otherwise people might take action themselves, basically.
The evidence is obviously there. Look at the economic growth from 1933 to 1939. Look at the optimism of the German people, and you've never seen such loyalty to a political leader, huh? In human history, you've never, just that whole Nazi salute, it's magical in a way just to witness such a thing, that people would have such devotion and appreciation for the leader. This is so odd to witness. You watch these films and why is this? Well, they taught us in school. The reason why people like Hitler so much was because he hypnotized them. Oh, perhaps that is not an adequate explanation, though. Perhaps that doesn't thoroughly expatiate how he hypnotized 80 million people. That's kind of vague. He hypnotized them. Point is, that's not true. People were liked him for much more economic, down-to-earth reasons, like 33% unemployment to 0 unemployment in 3 years. They liked him because of jobs. They liked him because of inspiration. You know, you can look this up. So the big difference between the governments today in 2014 and National Socialist Germany was that Adolf Hitler cared for the German people. He cared for the world. He cared for other races as well. The propaganda we have about Hitler was he was so racist. Well, sure, he had some racist ideas, but
We're all the human race, so we should get rid of racism completely. Perhaps it's a good idea to make all racist groups forbidden, basically, and also to make it forbidden for them to peaceably assemble, to have protests, etc. So that would include the Black Panthers and the KKK and what have you. All these groups financed by the Vatican and others to maintain the illusion that we need more police and military and to crack down on basic human rights and to depopulate Earth, etc. Which they cannot.
NLP News: How Hitler Controlled People Using Hypnosis Techniques and Patterns. Blogspot.com. News from the Edge: Hitler may have acted under hypnosis. www.unknowncountry.com. Evil Acts: The Vatican Jesuit Holocaust, The Great Pentagram of Evil. Moscac.com. The Vatican Jesuit Holocaust, Pope Pius XI, Catholic Church, Script. Jesuits are behind the Holocaust, Eric Phelps and Victor Perillo. Jesuits helped to start 2 world wars, 1 and 2, www.remnantofgod.org.
I've clicked view image, but it wasn't loading, so I thought let's say something about it. So these concentration camps, they call them, or worker camps, form a pentagram. So we were Auschwitz, Treblinka, etc. Treblinka. So Eric Phelps has also been exposed as controlled opposition. He lied about certain things, something with the West and the East and stuff. And the other thing is that now I've seen that he's become a flat earther. And I hope he stays around. I think he has also given us interesting information and facts about the Jesuits. A lot of facts and accurate information that is usable.
Welcome to the broadcast. This is a ministry of Reformation Bible Puritan Baptist Church, of which I am the elder bishop. And one of the purposes of the church is not only to preach the gospel to whosoever will, but to expose the Jesuit papacy as the font of evil in the earth, and that it has ruined historic white Anglo-Saxon Protestant Western civilization, as well as included all the liberal Roman Catholics in their annihilation. So we wish to expose the Jesuit order, and today we have a very special program. I have with me one of my advisors, Brother Walt Williams, who you hear every Wednesday and Thursday, but also I have with me Victor Perillo.
So that may be interesting to listen to. That's the video Jesuits are behind the Holocaust on YouTube, uploaded by Muzak, 474 views. This was uploaded December 22nd, 2016. Mosquito in my room.
This idea of Aryan supremacy, you can call it, was Germanic race, we should be strong within ourselves, nurture ourselves, but that other races should do the same as well. The Chinese, Oriental, other races, they should take care of themselves as well. And I was at the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. last year, and I saw their projection of Goering at the Nuremberg trials. He was explaining this. This was meant by, he said it was just differences in the races. He was saying, this is being exaggerated too much. It's just differences in the races. So if National Social
I usually catch flies and put them outside with a plastic cup basically, and then when you move slowly then you can place it over the flying insect. But parasites, that's going too far. Also when you study mosquitoes with their 6 saws or 6 things, yeah, basically they're like little saws that go through your skin to be able to tap your blood and they leave something behind when they go away, etc. Really, really gross. And so parasites are kill, and my theory about this, or actually I read somebody wrote this, that it is possible that they're dropping these eggs from choppers basically in the areas of targeted individuals, and they definitely have hybrid insect microelectric mechanical systems, which are basically insects with a chip implanted during the larvae phase. So that's also extremely inhumane. So I want to first work towards controlling the factors that control aging, but also towards bestowing maximum fulfillment upon every living organism. I think that's good to promote and to think about ways we can do that. It may be a much better idea than any other idea, basically.
Germany had survived and continued through the 1940s, 1950s, or for 1,000 years. Can you imagine today? Nazi flags would be around, no problem. It's certainly the most recognizable flag in the world today. And we have this great economic alliance with Europe through National Socialist Germany. Things would have been much better, folks. Things would be much better today. And
basically the swastika is banned in the Netherlands, but I tested it and I was able to receive this little swastika spinner, fidget spinner, and basically it's also a symbol of the Buddhists, of course. I've done a separate broadcast about this, and this is on like $6 or something on AliExpress, not on eBay.
there's no evidence to suggest, oh, he would have killed off all the Jews in the world. Then they would have.
But basically, the swastika is censored, it's forbidden in the Netherlands. And usually I have the tendency to go when something is censored and I have the urge to buy it. And the 80-cent transparent fidget spinner stand of eBay.
Killed off the Slavs, then this race and that race. It's all propaganda, folks. Look it up. Do some history reading. And as Jim Myers says, turn off your TV, don't believe mainstream media, and think for yourself. And I would say, go online, when you go online to find information on the net, you have to be discerning. There's falsity on the net, there's truth on the net, and shades of gray in between. Just get a wide variety of sources. Use your judgment the way you would do with any evaluation of any subject. I'm pro-internet. I feel it's a blessing to have an internet. It gives us some freedom. Look at me. I'm doing this with a cell phone camera in my apartment. I've been low income for the last 20 years, and I can communicate with you because of the internet. Otherwise, I would be an absolute total nobody, although I'm not much, much further than that. Let's talk about me. Let's talk about you. What do you think about me? So carrying on, it would have been a better world than in Nazi Germany, National Socialist Germany. They were not out to conquer Europe. They were not out to conquer the world. In fact, the opposite is the case. It was the Soviet Union that expressly stated that they wanted communism to encompass the entire world. And also the British and the American empire mentality was reaching out to conquer the world, so to speak. Adolf Hitler had never had any desire to conquer the world. He never really had the desire to conquer Europe. He wasn't conquering at all. Also, during the war in the European countries that the National Socialists, the Germans, did occupy, they treated the civilians well. My parents were in Holland. Both of them were occupied. They weren't treated so bad. And the Red Cross said 99% of the American POWs held in Germany were well taken care of, and they're released, they're freed at the end of the war. Compare that to the Soviet Union and the Russian Gulag. Most people never return. Today is July 24th, 2014, and I'm getting a bit of an inspired feeling the last few days. What's on my mind now is about a higher realm meditation practice I've been doing for about 20 years, focusing on Saka. Saka is a principal deva in the second heaven in Buddhist cosmology, according to the Buddha. He's the principal deva leader called King of the Gods in Taoism heaven. And I've been doing a practice for about 20 years, visualization practice focusing on Saka and his retinue of devas and Taoism heaven. I taught to thousands of people in the Vancouver, Canada area. And I don't do the practice too often. I did it more 10, 15 years ago, but it's kind of just coming back to me now. I feel like I've been tapped on the shoulder, and I'm thinking about the devas. Of course, this could be totally a conflagration of my own mind. I certainly kind of suspect that. But I've been down this road before, since I was 17 years old, and I know this feeling, and it started yesterday, and it's coming on now. This is a familiar, it's a pattern. So, according to teachings I received, I have to give some credit. I better not say the source, actually. The idea is you should just step into your power and just let it come, because most of us are hesitant to do that. So just kind of go with the flow. So there's just imagery in my mind that I'm conjuring up now is Saka's retinue, the devas, Taoism's heaven, as in my visualization practice in my book, actually. It's about chapter 9 of Freeing the Buddha. Sorry, it's my corrections copy. How to Invoke Devas. Available from Motilal Banarsis publishers in India, available at Amazon.com, but carrying on. Just to point out that this is a visualization practice. The feeling of the devas up there in heaven, like looking up at the clouds actually, and they're coming down, and they're quite some distance away. It's not like they're tapping on my shoulders. It's kind of that feeling. But it's like I've gotten the signal. To let flow some ideas that's been coming with me the last few days. So, in psychiatry, in medical terminology, this is called racing ideas or racing thoughts. And I understand Buddhist views on psychiatry, perhaps psychiatric views on Buddhism. So, some flow of thoughts. It's been good, and I realize a lot of this could be junk thoughts. Some of it could be useful. You can see all my prefacing and hesitancy. Why don't I just get on with it, right? Okay, now carrying on. So what thought I've been having is I can make a contribution to resisting Zionism. Zionism, and the way I put it, is about an elite minority of international Jews who dominate the lives of the rest of Jewry. I don't know, it's 14 million Jews in the world. But I think the majority of Jews, as I understand, are not too involved in Zionism. They don't know that much about it. Maybe less than I do, maybe not. But, of course, I'm prefacing my statements to say, I don't have anything against Jewish people. I'll make the obligatory statement. I have Jewish friends. I used to date a Jewish girl. But Zionism is wrong. It's problematic. It's been...
Well, actually, you could call me a Zionist. I'm for giving that piece of land from then to Beersheba to the Jewish people to avoid a third world war. And I think some people won't stop until the third temple is standing there. And I've covered the fake scalar Messiah and the Voice of God weapon in a previous broadcast. But for now I want to do something else, so the idea is temporarily halting this broadcast for universal peace. On Brian Rue's channel you can find more of his information. Quite enjoyable broadcast, sometimes very interesting, also with David Duke. So I'm following the alt-right a little bit after their move and to remove these alt-right websites. So for now I'm temporarily halting this broadcast. Stay tuned, and I hope that the next broadcast will be better again. Sometimes they're quite magical, really awesome sometimes. And this one was not so good, though it's very long. But I hope you all enjoyed it anyway. And have sex, make love, massage each other, love each other. Make love, not war. Make love, go AWOL. Safety first. Recovery begins with non-compliance. Let love rule. And don't worry, be happy. That's the idea for the moment. Everything's alright, except for white genocide. No, I'm kidding. Except for the depopulation and a lot of things. So everything's alright. It's never true, I guess, but it still can calm people down and make them feel better. So it's an idea. Universal peace forever. See you next time. Peace.